When I was a child, I talked like a child. I thought like a child. I reasoned like a child. When I grew older, I set aside childish ways. Corinthians 13:11. In the distant future, mankind has spread into the stars and found it is not alone. Within the cluster of planets known as the Silrain Arc, many races strive for survival or supremacy. But throughout this array of planets, societies, and cultures, each has one thing in common: the crucibles. Scattered throughout the galaxy, each moon-sized structure contains a core of raw sorin, a form of mysterious energy used to power ships, cities, and sometimes the warping of the fabric of reality itself. Beings who can do this have been given a name: Espers. The power of God has been granted to God's children. It is a time of terror. It is a time of wonder. It is the time of Esper Genesis.
That's what I'm talking about. What is going on, everyone? Welcome, Arvanauts. Welcome, everybody, to a Friday night stream. It is Friday, June 18th, 2021. It is 9:25 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, or Eastern Daylight Savings Time, I should say. Welcome to day 64 of Esper Genesis Stormfall. We are sponsored, as always, by Alligator Alley Entertainment. We want to thank them for their support. We want to thank all of you for your support. And I hope everyone is doing well and looking forward to a fun weekend ahead on the channel. Before we get any further, let me just remind everybody about ways to support the stream. If you haven't done so already, please follow the channel. That is always very much appreciated. Please check out our YouTube with !ArvTube. Please, yes, exactly. Happy Father's Day weekend. Yes, happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there. That's right. So follow the channel. Please check out the YouTube with !ArvTube, Discord, and please sub to us over on that YouTube channel as well, please, because we're trying to build that up to get up to 1,000 subscribers if we can. !Arv, and thank you for the anonymous user's sub to Craigery. Thank you, anonymous user. Welcome back for 3 months, Craigery. Thank you, anonymous gifter. And thank you, welcome in back, Craigery. So we've got that going on. We have, of course, !Arv Cord is the Discord channel, which allows you to hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. And, of course, you've got the tweets for all of this, which is !Arv Tweets. That is my Twitter, and you can see when I'm going live or making announcements or things like that. Again, running a little bit late today, but that's on me. I had family stuff that I had to to attend to, which is usually the case. If we end up starting late, that's usually why. So my apologies. But in any case, you can find out more about stuff like that when you follow my Twitter. And again, the website for this is arvaneleron.com. On the financial side, !Arv Shop is the merchandise area where you can get stuff for Infinity and Beyond, Adventures of Middle-earth, and soon I hope to be adding Esper Genesis stuff over there as well, although that whole area is very much under construction, so you'll have to bear with us. But, please excuse the mess and all that as we get things underway there. Then we've got ! Arv Treon, that is the Patreon. It's currently sitting at 23 patrons, 214 per month. I know, as always, everyone was talking about the awesome intro video, and it really is a really great video because of the amazing music and the amazing voiceover by Trent and the amazing work that was done by Kilobyte. And all of that was stuff that we were able to afford because of the support of all of you lovely folks with the Patreon. So any support that you can give is very much appreciated, and you can get cool stuff for yourself individually. Effect Life just had an epic poem done, which he apparently really liked. So if you want to get one of those, or a copy of one of my band's albums, or even a professional writing critique, depending on the level that you support at, and inspirations, of course, to help our players during the tabletop campaigns during the month, you can support us over on the Patreon and get that kind of thing. And subbing to the channel also allows you to resub, allows you to get those custom sub badges and emotes and all that good stuff. And as you can see, Craigery's just gotten the coveted 3-month red quill, so you can get something like that too if you are willing to jump on board. And again, you get those inspirations to help the players, plus the sub badges and emotes and all that good stuff. Finally, on the publishing front, ! Icarus for details about my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts, which is, of course, a silver medalist from 2020 Benjamin Franklin Awards from the Independent Book Publishers Association. Up for the Midwest Book Awards, actually, we're going to find out about that in about 10 days, I believe. I think it's the 28th is when that actually is. So we'll find out soon whether or not it won the Midwest Book Awards. That would be lovely if it did. ! Library, I saw Echo talking about that, is Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library. And that's going to be happening. That is literally, the physical books are now available they've gotten out of customs at last. And so they're now being shipped out to stores and distributors and to Kickstarter backers. Kickstarter backers should be starting to receive those at any time now, because they're now starting to head out, which is great, because I've been wanting that to happen for a long time, and to be able to sell those, at retail and all that kind of stuff. So that is on its way out there, and was contributed to by several of our players in the crew tonight that you're about to see. And of course, those folks, Alligator Alley Entertainment, sponsor this campaign right here, and they are also the ones who are going to be doing the Greyshade tabletop role-playing game experience as part of our Greyshade Kickstarter, which is going to be late summer, early fall. The Greyshade novel is going to be published in the next few weeks by Athos Arts, and they are, of course, the publisher of record for Greyshade and the publisher for Icarus. So it's all a nice, happy family with this stuff, and that's all going to be happening in the next few months overall. So ! Greyshade KS for details about that. And last but certainly not least, as always, ! BLM, Black Lives Matter, very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives, and ! Help Now, which is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Very important to reach out to others if they need help, and to reach out to others if you need help as well. Quick note on schedule, we've got Esper Genesis going on tonight. Tomorrow we have got, I believe, Neverwinter Nights 2 Complete. That's on the docket. And then Sunday we've got some Sound Clash The Clampdown coming your way. Then next Tuesday we have, if I am not mistaken, next Tuesday we have got the Patreon Field Chat Chosen Game of the Month, about which more in a moment. And then I'm going to have Talisman Adventures going on over on GOG. And then this Tuesday evening coming up, we've got the Arvocalist with Neocab, which I know is always a favorite of people. So that's going to be coming up over the next few days. You're going to want to definitely check into that. Now, speaking of that game, I do want to mention, now's the chance to get your vote in, because we're going to be closing down that vote today. We're doing it less time. Usually we do a full week. This time we only did 5 days, because we had to move things around to accommodate an Adventures of Middle-earth switch. Right now, Rain City is in the lead. That is the one that almost won last month, and it's been nominated a couple of times by Mrs. Dunsel. So that's 5 votes for Rain City, 2 for Detective Gallo, and 2 for Growlancer 2. But get your votes in now, because at the end of the night, we are going to close down that poll, and whatever is the winner is the thing that we are going to be playing this coming Tuesday. So you will definitely want to check that out as we go through. Now, just before I introduce everybody, I do want to say one thing which came up, because I just got this in the mail, and I think this is really cool. He said, so, hi everyone, good to see you all. I think this thing is really, really cool, and I wanted to show this all of you because I see that they're in chat. So first of all, I got this lovely card which says, "Hi Arv, congratulations on your new house, Commander and Mrs. Dunsel. We had to get this when we spotted it for you. So check this thing out. Check out this card, everybody. So this is obviously a card of The Hobbit. You've got Smaug up here, right? You've got all the dwarves, plus the Hobbit, and of course Gandalf in there. And then right below, you've got freaking Gollum. How slick is that? You've got Gollum there, like under the ground. Like, it's really cute. It's super cool. Yeah. Mrs. Dunsel, this is really great. So thank you for this card. This is really, really neat. I wanted to show that off because I thought that was cool. But I also wanted to show these off. This says, "Hi Arv, these are clear plastic folders for the vaccine record cards that I made. I hope you like them, from Mrs. Dunsel." And so here are some of Mrs. Dunsel's. Now, these are the ones you get your vaccination card. And my daughter, little Arv, is fully vaccinated as of today, 2 weeks past her second shot. So she's now safe. And so they have these like things you can put into here. So we've got that. We've got this. Come on, camera. The camera's like, no, I'm supposed to focus on the face. Okay, we've got that. We've got this. I believe that. Nope. On that side. Yeah, we've got that. See? We've got this cool thing. You know, let's say that you're going somewhere around the Christmas season. We have holiday, or around the holiday season. We've got holiday themed, stuff right there. You got holiday themed ones. So there are all these cool like vaccine information card folders that I can now use for myself and my family, thanks to the generosity of Mrs. Dunsel. So thank you, Mrs. Dunsel, so much. Thank you to Commander Dunsel as well. And yeah, I thought that plus this were just like really, really slick, and I thought they were really cool. So thank you very much. That was very nice of you, and I'm quite grateful. And those will get use immediately. And yes, drop that link. Definitely, please drop that link, Mrs. Dunsel, because you make good stuff. So it is definitely worth it. So with that said, though, the time has come for us to let these fine people in. So I'm going to unmute myself so they know that we're ready to go, and then I'm going to unmute them. And I'm going to head over now and apologize for interrupting whatever I probably interrupted just then. And I'm going to head over to reveal the crew, which is back again, our first time back with each other since ArvCon, during which we made, of course, a great deal of money. Although I have to say that this particular year, it was not this group that raised the most money. Their crown has been taken by the D&D with GOG crew, which made more money during that Saturday. And the only thing I can say is we're all winners because $7,000 was raised for the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation, obliterating previous goal and previous high record, which was set the year before. And Damon Runyon themselves were super excited. So I wanted to, again, publicly extend my thanks to these amazing people who were part of, again, launching this, and of course themselves contributed generously. So thank you to the Esper Genesis crew for being awesome.
You couldn't have done it without us.
Yeah, I mean, that's absolutely true. Thank you to the amazing Esper Genesis crew. Yes.
I just want to say, at least it's not those IMB guys.
No, that's true. The IMB crew did do a credible job, but and of course
we're still better than them, right?
They were the new message for them. By the way, from Rob, the new message was like, listen, he's like, listen, what does it really matter who wins in this thing? It's all about who actually. I was like,
we're still,
it does matter.
On GOG, we're still the best Arvin Elrond, RPG stream. So
yeah, listen, correct. I mean, I just love the fact that, and also since this is my one futuristic, so to speak, campaign at the moment, that you folks are the ones in the near future. Competition is what matters, making sure that one wins and one loses. That's what matters. But no, seriously, I was so happy about how successful that was. So thank all of you for being a part of that, and thank you, starting with the gentleman all the way to the left, Mr. Johnny Pittman, for being with us again as we move back into Esper Genesis. And I'm very excited, Johnny, to see what happens with Aramis, who's currently in free fall on the back of his bike. So I'm very excited to see how that all works. But before we get to that, how are you? How's life been with you on the left coast? And how are you doing? And who are you playing today?
I'm going to start with, if I remember the conversation from from last week, it was going to involve an inflatable air mattress, but I was confident that Zach or Carlos or Kat was going to be able to handle it. I'm glad I'm going to be in control, but it's still going to be about the inflatable mattress. I am doing good, except surviving the heat wave that we have out here.
Yeah.
That it involves lack of air conditioning, which is terrible. And I'm surviving. Although I just did find out and in fact, I forgot to say this privately to you guys. There's actually a fire in Big Sur, which is about an hour and a half from here, and so that may begin to affect our air quality. And we've officially started fire season.
Oh no!
Yeah, you guys do not want to have lived in California last summer. It was.
Yeah.
No.
I remember you talking about it. It was brutal. Yeah. I'm sorry to hear that. Well, I guess so under those circumstances, you should feel great about, plummeting, the wind rushing through your character's hair. Like, it's a very different experience, You're taking
right.
away.
Free fall is my friend at this particular case. And then speaking of that free fall friend, that is Aramis, the Affinch Ford Melder, who's feeling the wind wind through his hair, but not beneath his wings as he falls.
Exactly. This is not what we want. Somebody, I think at the very end of the session, made a Thelma and Louise joke about what this was, and I'm like, I hope it doesn't really end that way, because that would not be good for anybody in this group. But I look forward to seeing how that happens. And yeah, definitely stay cool. I've been monitoring it. I felt bad for all of my friends on the West Coast who are dealing with just this brutal heat situation, and climate change. This is going to be a thing that we're going to have to struggle with, all of us. And I'm very sorry that people are going through it, but I'm glad you're with us here. And I'm glad that we have Kat Rambo with us as well. Kat was just talking before in the green room about getting ready to take a well-deserved break, because Kat has been the hardest working author in show business, so to speak, for a while with all the different stuff you've been doing. So Kat, welcome. How are you doing? How has life been with all the busyness, and who are you playing today?
Life is pretty good, and since I live my house is built into the side of a hill, the heat is yet to penetrate to my space, but I'm sure it will at some point. Yeah, I'm a hobbit, actually. You guys don't know, I'm actually 3 feet tall.
Aha.
And hello to Patty and Nona. If you are watching, I'm glad that you figured out the Twitch interface. And if you didn't, never mind. So, I'm running Petra, the Ashen Forge Sentinel. She is a very tall woman with a very large hammer. And that is sometimes flames and sometimes shoots out sparks.
That's and as Commander Dunsel resubs, thank you so much, Dunsel, the 30-month resub. Hobbits rock was the message sent by Commander Dunsel. So there you go. That's how it works. Yes, I'm excited to see how Petra manages things, as well as the intricacy of this story and the characters within it has developed substantially over the last year, and it's been great to watch. So very happy to have Kat with us, and very happy as always to have a good friend Carlos Hernandez with us, who is here and is ready, and told us that he has now got to the point, correct me if I'm wrong, Carlos, where you're starting to feel somewhat recovered from the semester, like sort of kind of, emerging at long last, blinking at the world around you. Is that fair to say? How are you doing, and who are you playing today?
Yeah, very fair to say. It was a tough semester, man. It was difficult being on Zoom constantly. And the good news is that I had something like 10 times the amount of office hours that I normally have, because I was available online and I was using Discord for my class. So students had a lot of availability. The bad news is that I had like 10 times more office hours. So that's a lot of office hours,
sure.
So it's like, it was a busy semester. Glad it's behind me. I'm doing very well. A couple of days ago, I got this beautiful thing in the mail.
Yes, indeed.
So just want to say this was my backer reward for, contributing to the ArvCon, and I already had the other copies by supporting the Kickstarter, but now I have the signed limited edition. So this puppy is going right up on eBay. Open your browsers now.
Outstanding.
Everybody. So
I have no doubt of it.
Though, it's such a beautiful volume. I really love it. So
thank you for supporting so that you could get it. And I was glad to be able to send it along. Carlos was the third highest. Actually, the person who won the overall rock Rock God, I know you're in chat. The picture just said that he received it, and this is just very briefly. He had asked me for stuff for a new intro video for this other campaign I'm doing. I was like, okay, great. So I sent that to him, and that was the last thing sitting in Discord. And then he says, oh, he's like, this picture is amazing. What a great picture. So I thought he's talking about my headshot that I sent him, and I'm like, well, he's like, could you give me some background about the picture? I'm like, well, it was taken during a gig and everything. He's like, and he just goes ... And he's like, oh, well, I was actually referring to the picture that I won for ARFCon. I was like, because I didn't know why you were so excited about my headshot. I mean, I like it too, but so anyway, it was very funny. But he got the picture. It's great. And so, yeah, everybody, just about everyone, I think with the exception of Echo, because Echo Alpha X5 is still waiting on an address change, but just about everyone else has gotten their stuff. So I'm glad to hear that you got yours too, Carlos. And thank you to all the ARFCon contributors for making that possible. So, Carlos, who are you playing tonight?
I am playing Ludicus Sleepwell, a engineer, healer, and the cat who is always right.
Really?
He's well, yeah. Well, I mean, like, just case in point, like right now, Aramis is plunging to his death after rolling that natural 1, but here I am flying right after him with my score of 20, so
yep.
I cannot wait to see how this unfolds and what exactly I'll be able to hold over Aramis.
I agree. And
nothing
at all. Well, I was going to say, like, that requires you to save him. So I guess that means he's going to attempt to save you, Aramis. I think that's the good news here, is that he's going to attempt to make it
mid-flight attempting to save him, so no spoiler there.
Yeah, exactly. We will see how that happens, but always a pleasure to have Carlos with us. I will also quickly note that my daughter finished her school year, and of course the second book that we read in the English class while she was being homeschooled during the pandemic was Sal and Gabby Fix the Universe. So I just want that to be noted, that was part of the curriculum, and it was a lot of fun because she's a huge fan of that series. So I say series because let's hope that there are many. Maybe there's other books in this series. I would love to see if there are those. Although Carlos
there is one more story coming out at least. So there's an anthology of Required Written Presents authors.
I knew about that. Right.
Yeah. So that's like probably the other thing. Let me just say quickly though. I'll put this in the chat. The Washington Post made Sal and Gabby Break the Universe part of their summer read series too.
Nice.
So
wow.
Yeah. So that if you have kids and you wanted to do the Washington Post thing, there's the link for it.
You should totally do it. I highly recommend it. I'll be happy to send you my curriculum notes. I'm just kidding. I won't do it. But anyway, but always a pleasure and good to have Carlos with us as always. And last but certainly not least, always good to have Zach Clay with us as well. Zach, who has been extremely busy with a variety of things and has been doing some stuff with like this game called D&D. I wish that he'd kind of grow up. I don't really see the value. I don't think these games have a lot of legs, honestly. This tabletop role-playing stuff, I don't know. But in the meantime, Zach's still, a young guy, and at some point he'll grow up out of this. As my tongue is firmly in my cheek, I will ask Zach how he's doing and how life is. And are you looking, or is there anything that you can reveal to us about D&D stuff you might or might not be doing in the near future that you might want to talk about?
Yeah.
And who are you playing?
Hello, everyone. I am Zach Clay, as most of you already know, joined here by my close friend, the Setting Sun, who pierces even the strongest of black curtains that are supposed to block out sunlight. So, he'll be joining us as well, as you can see. But aside from that, yes, D&D stuff. I am going to be so busy with D&D over the summer. I was telling the other cast members that I got picked up to be the counselor for a D&D summer camp. It's through Zoom, running D&D for kids, I think 11 to 15, and teaching kids how to DM, doing apprentice campaign, advanced campaign. It's going to be all sorts of stuff. And there's going to be a full 4 weeks in the summertime where I'll be running D&D every day. For 30 days.
Oh my God.
30 days of D&D.
That would be my camp heaven.
Right?
I mean,
that's what I'm saying.
We had to hide in our tents and play at night when everyone was asleep.
Yeah.
Oh my God, it'd be the best.
We will see. So I'm gearing up for that. I've been totally unrelated to D&D. I've been playing some of the Assassin's Creed games, completely unrelated, which, are good, like historical, drawing, especially the recent ones. So completely unrelated, but that's, if you wonder what video game I've been playing, it used to be Fortnite, actually. I was playing Fortnite a little bit. But
Whoa.
anyway, yeah, this is kind of callback.
You've evolved,
Anyway,
my friend. You've evolved.
I have evolved.
to AC.
Yeah. The Mass Effect was in there a little bit too, but I kind of, I'll come back to it eventually. Yeah. Anyway, cool. Yes, tonight I am playing Cosmeritis, the Bellare hunter / specialist with not a very large hammer, not cat talons, not ashen forged sobriety, but a very accurate sniper rifle and a sense of comedy that comes from a being that's not exactly human.
Always good stuff. I like that Aramis's contribution is sobriety. That's a quality thing. That's the character
both
arc
figuratively
development.
and literally.
Absolutely. I like also that you said the D&D thing, and like everyone in chat, you notice, just lost it. Everyone in all caps, including
Yeah,
Cat. Dream job,
I'm
awesome.
real
Kids are so
excited.
lucky. You're like, oh
Yeah.
man, that's the best. But no, and I can say from direct experience from Zach having done some D&D DMing for my daughter that Zach is a very good game master and with a very active and very fertile and intricate imagination for world building. And so the kids are in good hands. I'm really, really glad that you're doing that. And that I understand it'll be a lot, but you know, you'll have some things like Esper Genesis to break up the monotony and to, you know, to get you in a whole new set.
They're in good hands. Just call me the all state of D&D.
The all state of D&D. But it's a great pleasure to have this crew with us. And with that said, let us fire up the music and let's get rolling here and talk a little bit about what happened in our last session. And I'm thinking I might actually fire up the music because I'm going to fire up the combat music, even though we're not in combat because of the circumstances of what we've got going on here. So let me make sure that's playing.
Our enemy is this canyon.
Exactly. The enemy at the moment is gravity.
Yes.
There we go. Yes, perfect. Oh man, I love this music so much.
Yeah, can you cue up maybe the soundtrack from Wicked?
And so that's flying,
Yeah.
defying
Slow-mo of Aramis on the
gravity,
Wow.
and he'll never let you down. I imagine that you're yelling
That's
that,
funny.
screaming it
That's
at the
what
back
I'm
of Aramis's
singing,
head.
Wait.
Down.
Hold on. How does Sleepwell know that, and he doesn't understand other pop culture references?
I think
from
at
the
this
80s
point
and
he's been with
90s.
you long enough to know these references, right?
Yeah,
Like,
you were singing that in the
he knows
shower
them-
last week.
Right,
Space
right,
shower.
yeah.
He knows them when they're comedically convenient.
yeah, exactly. Well, it has been.
Right.
It
The
is
Roger Rabbit logic, right?
exactly.
Why didn't you do that before? Because it wasn't funny.
It wasn't
Yeah.
funny before.
Greg,
That's
is
right.
this the music that was made for you?
Yes.
Or something along those
Yes, this is the combat music which was made. Well, I shouldn't say. I mean, semi for us. I consulted
Yeah.
with them, and it's licensed for us from Greenforge Studios. I'm really
Gotcha.
happy with it. And
Yeah,
I'm
that's
hoping that
cool.
we get more of it as time goes on. I've got to talk to him a little bit about that. But Gabe Lefkowitz from Greenforge is awesome. Anyway, so in our last session, those of you who've been following the campaign for a while know that the crew has been dealing with the circumstances of artificial intelligence and cyber viruses, and that in some ways that has been kind of on their plate in one way or another for a while. The party has discovered that there is a secret base being run by a rogue branch of the Zephyr Corporation known as Stormdark, and that the name of the base, Stormfall, has been revealed, and they knew where the secret base actually was. But it was not easy to get to. First of all, it wasn't easy to find, and secondly, when they got there, it was very well guarded, and specifically was well guarded by ships that were apparently on the lookout for the crew's spectacular Hyperlance ship, which is designed to be rigged for silent running and to do all these amazing things, and yet the ship itself is not really well suited for, you know, they knew about it. They saw that it was coming. And so the party managed to use instead another ship as a decoy called the Refala, which was run by this person whose name has now completely vanished me because I
Rufus
forgot it for a
Drake.
second. Rufus, right? Who was actually piloting this ship. And so they managed to take that and also take some of the Alfreds, specifically their most recent Alfred, they've met several of them, who was connected previously to the person that was responsible for programming this cyber virus called the Long Winter, which is being pushed around which has been spread through the universe by Stormdark and by those who are working with them, called the Shadow Technocracy. And Alfred apparently is the key to getting into this base so that they can rescue Bliss Larkham, who has some kind of key connection to the party. They've rescued Bliss Larkham before, but they need to do it now. But also because Bliss Larkham happens to be connected to the creator of that cyber virus and the creator of Alfred. And also because somewhere on this base is also supposedly located Laris Baladin, the one who is responsible for having set the party up at the Bastion space station some time ago, who is also responsible apparently for being one of the higher-ups in Stormdark and one of the ones that is the bridge between Stormdark and the Shadow Technocracy. And so for multiple reasons, the party is very interested about getting into this base and finding out what the hell is going on there. And so they did manage to land successfully, although it was a bumpy ride, I think it's fair to say. They landed as close as they could to the base without triggering all of the sensors and warnings and all that kind of stuff. And now are taking motorbikes, essentially, powered electrotrikes, over the land to be able to get back to the actual base. So that was all fine, except that they needed to take some of their artificial intelligences, like Sleepwell's constructs, for example, with them. And so they put each of their constructs, including Aramis's, which didn't have a head. I'm going to blame that for the reason that Aramis had what happened that I'm about to describe in a moment, and then took off towards the base, except that Aramis had some trouble. In mechanical terms, he critically failed, which means that his electrotrike plunged off the edge of this kind of plateau that they were on. Sleepwell, fortunately, critically succeeded, I believe, on that same roll. And so Sleepwell, or if not critically succeeded, at least did really, really well anyway.
Yeah.
And then raced after him. And so as I hand things back over to the party, this is what we see. Petra and Kaz on the back of their bikes, looking perhaps somewhat open-mouthed at Aramis, who has plummeted off the edge of the plateau, and Sleepwell, who has raced after him. So I'm going to begin, as you might expect, with Sleepwell, because Aramis doesn't have anything to say about this at the moment, because Aramis, you were in complete free fall. I'll come to you in a minute. You're on the bike, but the bike is, basically up and down, right? It's vertical at the moment. And Sleepwell, you are racing after him. So Sleepwell, I want to ask what you want to do. You're trailing him by maybe about 15 feet or so. It does look like you're catching up, but there is the onrushing ground that is coming rapidly at you to consider. So what do you want to try to do to slow down the bike, save Aramis, do something, fire up some music, rock music? Like, what do you want to do as you're heading towards the ground here?
Yeah, so I want everybody to imagine me as Jack Black in Brutal Legend. I don't know if anybody played Brutal Legend.
Of course.
Great game, underrated as hell.
Yes.
Good music. So imagine me as Brutal Legend. However, I'm a cat, which Jack Black is not. And also, I have a fourth level Esper power called Tractor Beam. And I was hoping I was going to be within 20 feet. I think I actually have even a little bit of a longer range on it. But what I can do is basically just shoot out this little drone that zips ahead and then can pull something toward it back or forward, I guess, but it can pull it back 20 feet. So basically, I'm going to one hand, I am going to throw this tractor beam on the ground. It is going to nip Aramis in the buttocks, and he is going to be sucked back toward hard land.
I love it. I love everything about it. Now, I do need to ask, are you trying to tractor the bike or him? Because if you tractor Aramis, then you're going to rip him off the bike, which is maybe fine. That means the bike, though, is probably going to blow up, which maybe you don't care about because the most important thing is Aramis. But I don't know if you wanted to do that or if you wanted to tractor the bike and try to slow it down.
As long as you let me read the spell and see how much weight it can
drag. Sure. Right, I'm waiting for it to be like, this handles 5 feet of or 5 pounds of pressure, in which case.
Right, no. It's definitely like, it's definitely meant it says specifically, I gotta tell you, I've just been reading the rule book and I'm a little frustrated with some of the writing. So, like, apparently you can only tractor beam creatures. because that's what it specifically says.
Nah,
it
this is
says,
my Esper Genesis. You can tractor a bike. There's no reason you can't tractor the bike. I'll
Okay.
tell you. In fact, I'll tell you what I'll do. This is what I would say. If you want to use it against the bike, you have two options. You can tractor Aramis, in which case the spell will work as written, as you see there. Or you can attempt to tractor the bike, in which case what I will do is, if successful, and it has to succeed on a dexterity saving throw. So in this case, the bike is not going to, fail it. It's not a dexterity saving throw to make. So at that point, I would basically allow Aramis a chance, because the bike would have slowed down, a chance to regain control of the bike, basically. So you can either try to tractor the bike and give Aramis a shot then to regain control of it, or tractor him off of the bike.
is it okay to ask is if Aramis, let's say he rolls a 2 this time, would he then continue to plummet forward?
Yes.
Or would he be rescued anyway?
Nope. He would then continue to plummet forward.
No,
'Cause
no,
you
no.
do have to
I'm
target
not going
one
to risk
direction.
that then. So
Okay.
I am going to pluck him off of the bicycle.
Yeah.
And
If it's any consolation, yeah, I'm sure there's probably a billion things happening at once here.
Mhm.
And if it's any consolation, Sleepwell might see that upon seeing one of us start to plunge down, is this like are we riding on the little minuscule like side path of a ravine? Am I envisioning this correctly?
No, it's really more, and I should say he's not directly vertical, but he is it's extremely steep. I don't know what the angle would be, but it's very, very steep, and they are going down the edge of this plateau, which will get you onto a path eventually that then goes through this ravine towards the base. But he basically
so he's
went
taking
too
a shortcut
fast.
that he should not be taking.
That he was
kind
not
of a
planning on.
situation.
Yes. That's
Okay. Kaz has pulled out his grapple gun from his back and looks prepared to use it, but kind of seems to be deferring to Sleepwell.
Okay. Well, yeah, because they're racing out, because you're doing this, to do this, Kaz, are you going to jump off your bike, basically? Because you're near the edge, so you'd have to, if you're going to do it from the bike, are you going to try to go after them? And I should have asked that to both Petra and Kaz. Were you racing after them? And if so, would you be firing your grapple gun from your bike, which is very metal? I mean, just let me be clear. That is
That's
metal
what I was
AF.
envisioning. I was
That's what we're
envisioning
doing.
if he's plunging off the edge of the path that we're on, that Kaz's reaction would be to stay on his bike and to shoot something down that he could grab and then hang on to.
So those are multiple possibilities. Go ahead, Johnny. You wanted to say, Aramis wanted to say something.
I just wanted a point of clarification. I love what Carlos is trying to do, and I love what Zach is trying to do in this particular situation and how they react. I as a GM, also, I want to jump in and ask the question: would Carlos's character be able to actually understand the difference between going for the gun or going for the bike versus going for Aramis himself? I mean, would he be able to identify in that particular situation? Because if we're really talking about the mechanics of this down to that kind of level, I want to talk about the practicality of him being able to make that calculation.
Well, I think that he knows. I would say yes, because remember, these are basically engineering-based talents, right? So my belief is that he would have an understanding of which thing he was going to aim for. The thing that I am, however, going to practically enforce is, under normal circumstances, I would say, Aramis, I guess you could twist your head and over your shoulder and see what was happening. But probably whatever decision gets made, and that's going to apply to Kaz and Sleepwell as well, you're going to have to decide independently what your characters would do. So in other words, out of game you can consult, but in game, the characters are going to do what they're going to do. You know what I mean? Like Kaz, if you're going to fire, I don't think you're going to be able to really defer. You might, so you're probably going to have to do that at the same time Sleepwell's doing what he's doing. If you follow what I mean. And Aramis, I don't think you would know. I guess unless Petra's like, no, don't do any of that. I guess if Petra yells out or something, but other than that, I don't,
See, so here's my question. If we're just sort of really getting granular here.
Yes.
Normally you can choose to fail a dexterity check and just succeed to let somebody do something for you.
Right.
But Aramis is not really, I mean, could he choose to fail a dexterity check from something that he doesn't know is would he? Because I can't even communicate to him that I'm doing this, right?
Right.
So Aramis is going to allow it to happen regardless.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think he can. That's what, if I'm being a crunchy DM, it's there's no communication to say fail this check or allow me to do this in game or whatever, right?
Right. I think the only thing I would say is is it reasonable to assume that Aramis would guess, like, what are the options, right? Like, if he's sitting there and going, no, I want to stay on my bike hurtling to destruction, or I want to be pulled back, like, what is the better option?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm not sure that he would make, because the saving throw means you're making an effort not to be pulled back. And I don't know that he would make that effort. I feel like if he's heading towards the ground, he'd be like, thank God something's pulling me back.
Yeah.
What it is, he
If
doesn't know,
anything,
but it's got to be better
wouldn't
than
it be
splat,
like
you know? I would think.
Yeah, if anything, wouldn't Aramis make a roll to try to succeed rather than a roll of resisting? Like,
no, because I think at that point it's not his call. She's just choosing to fail it, basically. I think he will automatically fail it if he wishes. I think the real question is, yeah, it would seem a little sketchy to me under some circumstances if he could, but I think in this case it's either that or death from Aramis' point of view. I mean, Aramis can correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like he'd be like, I don't want to impact the ground, you know, and
I don't know if it's about, well, so I don't know if mechanically, I think this is a really interesting discussion. Part of the reason I asked the question that I did is because this really actually touches on a narrative versus, mechanics driven situation, right? Narratively speaking, Aramis isn't going to do anything because he's not going to be able to see what's happening. And if he does, he may bitch about it later, but he's not going to necessarily want to die. He's died once. He's got a mission. He's going to do what he's going to do, right? If Sleepwell saves him. But mechanically speaking, I'm just curious, I was just curious about that because it seems to me, regardless of what happens, I mean, people die in games on streams all the time, but it's never fun when somebody dies. There's always a narrative position that makes sense to allow success to happen in this situation, which is why I was asking about the practicality of it. Sure,
absolutely. And I'm definitely not railroading a success in this case because it's not a guarantee anyway. It's going to depend on what happens next. But, yeah, I mean, and both those are excellent questions. And I happen to really, this kind of discussion is awesome. I love these discussions, but I understand I don't want everyone to get bogged down in that but I feel like in this case, that pretty much is the way that I'm imagining it. If he's plunging down and Sleepwell, you're plunging after him, I think Sleepwell, especially at level 9 at this point, would know engineering-wise what was more likely to do. And then B, and would have sort of agency in this position. Kaz would, not being able to communicate with Sleepwell right at the moment, because this is all happening within a few seconds, right, is going to be like, drop at the edge of the ravine or the edge of the plateau and just fire down to do what he's going to do. And then Aramis is going to be along for the ride, somewhat literally, depending on what happens from there. So that would be my ruling. And I think it's reasonable, even mechanically. I think it goes along even narratively. So that's what I'd say about that. But that leads to a question, which is, so Sleepwell's going for Aramis. Kaz, my question is, what are you going for? Because from a grapple point of view, if you were going to grapple Aramis, that also would be kind of bizarre. I don't know. I don't know which one you were planning on trying to fire the grapple.
Is there, I guess, from my perspective, if Aramis is falling through the air, I'm imagining he's probably, maybe he's looking down.
He's still on the bike, but
yeah. But maybe there is a chance that he would be looking up at us to see if we are doing something to try to help him. Would that be fair?
I mean, maybe, but like,
what else would he be doing?
I don't know.
I'd
have to ask Aramis.
For imminent death.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to ask Aramis about that, but I'm not sure. I mean, I would also imagine Aramis is doing everything he can to keep from flying off the bike, which would probably be worse, But you tell me, Aramis. I mean, like, what would you be doing at this moment?
Panicking and trying to figure out how I'm going to solve this. It actually just occurred to me that there's also another situation that might be happening here. If both of you are using some form of grapple, you two might pull me in two different directions unintentionally. Yep. So please, I do not wish to be drawn and quartered. That's all I ask.
You'll only be drawn in half. Don't exaggerate.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
You lose.
So literal, I swear to God.
Die in a bike crash or lose an arm. Choose,
Right.
Yeah.
So yeah, what do you think, Kaz?
Wine. I tell you.
I am, I'll base my action regardless of if Aramis reacts, and if he happens to be able to see it, then it'll work. If it doesn't, So what Kaz is going for is, Kaz needs to be within 50 feet of Aramis to have the hook even be close enough for him to grab.
Yeah,
and that's what Kaz is hoping.
I think that's probably reasonable because you would have gone quickly after them. I assumed, I think based on what you described it as, it went Aramis, Sleepwell, then you, Kaz, and then Petra bringing up the rear. Unless Petra wasn't
sure.
driving after you, but I'm guessing, Petra, that you would have headed down, after them. Because you have control of your bike. All of you have control except for Aramis. So
my actions are usually dictated by whether or not a dexterity check will be involved.
you already
That's
passed
all
your
that
dexterity
matters.
check. It's all good. It's all good now.
You were very proud of that dexterity check. I remember.
Yeah, exactly.
I was. I'm not going to push my luck. No, I'm actually kind of running through my head to see what methods I would have to help Aramis should he get yanked to bits by his favorite people.
Okay, so then almost single file then, Kaz. It would be Aramis, Sleepwell, you, and then Petra behind. So yes, I think you're probably within 50 feet. Everyone going at very fast speeds, but yes.
Yeah, if I were, I would. Because I forgot the aspect that Are we saying that my grapple gun is it a claw that grabs, or is it like the traditional hook that's meant to be hooked onto a ledge?
I think it's probably a traditional hook.
I would think so
would
too.
Be my guess.
So then Kaz's approach to this is less like this is going to be something that's going to hook into Aramis regardless of what he does and then pull him out.
Oh.
No, it's going to be more Kaz is trying to shoot a shot that, if everything went perfectly, would land or would float in the air in front of him, and he would grab the rope. So that's what Kaz is going for.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay, interesting.
I imagined his grapple, device or whatever being a lot like Boba Fett's in, I think it was.
Yeah. I think the basic functions of it is it's a gun. It's going to shoot a 50-foot long rope with a hook at the end, and it draws back in. So,
well, I'm talking specifically about in Return of the Jedi, where
Right.
Boba Fett shoots off the grapple gun, and what it does is it reaches the target and then wraps around the target.
Oh yeah, that would be an extra feature that I think. I'd love to do that, but
that's Greg's call. But that's when I think about futuristic sort of like sci-fi kind of grapple gun stuff, I'm not thinking Batman's sort of ability to just get one place. I'm thinking Boba Fett's grapple gun.
And listen, nothing would please me more than to use anything involving Boba Fett / even more Mandalorian stuff, since they do something similar. But in fairness, though, Kaz has used this before and has used it in a way consistent
it's just a traditional
right.
It's almost like the closest thing would be like Batman's grapple stuff.
And that's
very much that kind of grapple thing. So
I'm looking to see, but I would. There's a small chance that it has some extra feature or something. But that's all I'm trying to do. So I'm aiming a shot, not trying to hit any part of the bike or Aramis, but trying to get the rope near him in those crucial few seconds, so that if he did see it, he would be able to grab it and leap off the bike, and I would be holding him.
Okay. So what I'm going to ask for here then, while Sleepwell is doing the charge,
and Sleepwell's
it's going around almost simultaneous. So I'll have you do with or without inspiration. I'll tell you right now, chat. I'm thinking there could be. It would be really lovely to have inspiration for a lot of these players coming up in the next 2 minutes. Okay.
Gun.
So Kaz, we're going to have. Yes.
So I found the actual item thing.
Okay.
So 50 feet of a strong, thin climbing cable can be fired and tethered to a surface, and hook onto a solid ledge or against most non-metallic surfaces. It can hold up to 2 people without snapping. If it's used for anything but climbing, skill checks may be required up to the GM's discretion, which it sounds like you were about to do anyway. So
yes,
that's it.
Yes, indeed. And I think the way we're going to do. 70-30, he survives, but doesn't necessarily mean remain whole. Okay, noted. I'll keep that in mind. So what this I think is going to be here is this is going to basically be, there's going to be 2 checks here, and the way the order of operations, although this is all happening more or less at the same time, is it's going to go Kaz, and then Aramis, who needs to make a check, which I'll describe in a minute, and then Sleepwell, who will then pull back at the same time. And if this all works, then things will happen that will be better than if they don't work. But we're about to see whether or not that happens. So, Kaz, the check that I'm going to be asking from you is going to be a dexterity check. I thought about it being like an attack, but I don't think that's what we're looking at here because you're trying to, use your benefits to be able to get it in a position where you can get it. Now, I am going to let you make this dexterity check, but I am probably going to be having you do this at... I'm very tempted to do it at disadvantage because this is really very much not the use case for the grapple gun normally, and you're on the back of a bike that you're also trying to hold on and control. So I am inclined to do this at disadvantage unless there is inspiration coming from chat, which would allow you to minimize that. But I think I'm not being unreasonable there.
Because I guess the difficult aspect of this is, Kaz is a skilled sharpshooter, and it is sort of shooting a gun, but there's also the aspect of the rope and also trying to foresight the shot so it doesn't hit Aramis, but lands in front of him, so it's guessing how fast he's falling and how much he's gaining speed.
All of this while piloting this bike with your knees. As I understand it.
Normally if I were shooting a gun, I would have like a +9, and I don't think that would apply, but would I be able to add something other than just dexterity? Could I also add, like, I have a sharpshooting archetype, which is just a +2.
I tell you what, I'll do you one better than that. I'll give you it's still gonna be at disadvantage, but I will give you your proficiency bonus, which you can add on both. And that way,
that sounds good to me.
That sort of manages it out. That said, chat, this is at disadvantage. So that's right. So dexterity plus proficiency. So chat, it would still be lovely if there were, if anyone had an inspiration.
Does chat get to inspire after I make the first roll already? Okay.
No ex post facto inspiration rolls.
All right. Well,
so yes. I have channel points.
That's a valuable resource, Mrs. Dunsel. I don't know. We have other.
Dragon Spear has inspired.
All
right. Thank you, Dragon Spear. Dragon had to save someone else out of the fire.
If I can't make it, Sleepwell is he has his.
Right. So here's how this goes. So you're going to make your check. Then second, thank you, Dragon Spear. Now the second check to make, Aramis, is going to be you. You are going to have to make what is a perception check to see this rope in front of you, basically.
Hear it, maybe.
Or hear it, sort of whistling, whatever the case may be. And then be able to grab onto it, at which point Sleepwell will then have his thing go off, and then we'll talk about that. So that is the plan. I think, so the thing about the channel points, though, is that I think we've already used both of those for this month. I'm not 100% sure. Maybe one of Dragon, I don't know or Rockout or Triffid. I don't remember if we've used the channel point inspirations or not this month, but maybe we could double check. Because otherwise, yes, and certainly Mrs. Dunsel has plenty of channel points to get an inspiration. Go ahead, Johnny. Yeah, what were you going to say?
Does a passive perception of 17 help me notice what's going on?
Yes. The reason that I'm likely to have you do an active one, though, is because your perception is also... You are at the moment plummeting. Like, you got a lot to occupy your attention. And even the whistling and the wind might make it difficult to hear. But... I'm trying to think about that.
Well, so okay, how about this? How about a wisdom saving throw? Because what's going on here is I'm going to panic. Or am I panicking or not panicking? Right? Is Aramis, like cool under fire, Mr.
I don't know.
Stunt
you tell
man
me. Is Aramis panicked under this situation?
Absolutely not. I mean, he's a war vet. He's been through some shit.
That's what I would have thought too. So I would say. No, I think it's a question of notice more than a question of his losing it. So, but I'm trying to decide whether or not the passive perception is enough. Okay, so I take it back. I take it back. Yes, I think you would notice it. You are going to have to grab it. So we'll talk about that when it gets there. That you'll.
I'm not worried about. I'm not worried about that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, do you know why we don't use I don't like the pest perception stat. I mean, there are things where I have had it affect adventures, including in this campaign, but I don't like using it a lot because I feel like I think you have to actively notice stuff. It keeps you from someone jumping and stabbing you through the heart or whatever if you wouldn't have noticed that. But this game is about active checks and not. I don't like passive perception personally,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
that's my
Well,
thing.
okay. So
anyway.
here's what I would argue there. Aramis being, a war vet, man of action kind of a thing, right? We've all
Sure.
been through some crap before, right?
Sure.
In the situation when that happens, I'm assuming that Ashen Forged have the equivalent of adrenaline or, whatever's previous species had, right? So at that particular point, the adrenaline's going to kick in, and experience is also going to kick in, and any changes in the situation, Aramis is going to be aware of as he's trying to adapt the best possible. So I'm going to assume that that's a possible, that there's a valid argument there, but I understand what you're saying from a mechanical perspective.
Right, and I agree with you that he is going to be sort of like head on a swivel because there's not much he can do about the bike at the moment. So yeah, these are all valid arguments, and we're all kind of combining them together.
All right.
So Kaz, go ahead and make
roll.
your check, and let's see how that goes before we talk about anything else.
Oh God.
Well,
okay,
fortunately,
good. I
that was-
have
yeah, that's-
advantage, but
that was-
with these types of situations, okay, 17.
So let's see. So
Enough.
that fires off, and actually you would have been. I think
Yeah.
what I had ruled is that you were at disadvantage until you got that, right?
Oh,
Didn't I
you're
roll your
right. So that
disadvantage?
would have
it
just
would've
been a 9.
Yeah. So that would have been a 9. So what that means is that fires off, and the rope basically, you don't lead it well. So what that means
Yeah.
is that the shot kind of goes whistling past the bike. So Aramis, what this means is, I would say, is that you actually, ironically, this makes moot our conversation, because I think you now know that it's there. I think the problem is that you have no idea what it is, because it just sounds like a shot just whistled past your head. So what I would say is that you now have a quick choice to make, and you're going to have to make it very quickly, and then Sleepwell's thing is going to go off immediately after this, which is, are you going, so a rope goes flying past you. Are you going to make an effort to grab it, which is going to be difficult, but is conceivable, or are you not going to do that under the circumstances?
Yeah. Because also
Aramis-
yeah.
I think Aramis would see the situation and assume that something is happening and just trust that it's happening.
Okay, meaning, but I mean, therefore meaning you would try to grab the rope because it was what was happening?
Exactly.
Okay.
Aramis would assume that that something. So immediately things kick into gear as the fall begins. Adrenaline kicks in. Whatever. Aramis tries to evaluate the situation. Something happens. He notices there's a cable or a rope or something. He's definitely going to try to grab.
Okay,
the rope.
so then I will allow that. So that brings us to your check. So what I'm going to ask for you, since you see it, it's not a perception check. I am, however, 100% going to demand a dexterity check to grab onto this rope. And if you want to use, let us say, I'll take either acrobatics or athletics, actually, because athletics would require you to hold on as the jerk of the rope is, like as you're pulled off the bike, or acrobatics where you can kind of dislodge yourself from the bike and grab onto the rope. I assume you're not going to try to stay on the bike and hold the rope, though, right? Is that fair to say? You're not going to do that?
Not at all.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yes. So I would say dexterity check, and or you can have acrobatics or athletics if one of those two is better.
Okay. Here we go.
Okay, 14. So you grab onto the rope. Now, before I tell you what happens, Sleepo, now we can have your tractor beam go off. So your tractor beam is going to go off, and as we talked about, the dexterity saving throw is not going to be, not going to be a issue in this case. So he's going to be jerked backwards. So what happens here is, as I understand it, and you are doing that, right? You're following through, Sleepwell, on your stuff? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think I had a chance to see anything else that could have stopped
It all
me
happened
in
within
time.
a few seconds, yeah. So what ends up happening is, hey, what's up, Hilness? The bike goes down. You, Aramis, you're like, well, this is bad. Suddenly, this rope goes flying by. Just by instinct, you reach out and grab it at the same time that your body is jerked back. Now, what actually ends up working in your favor here is this makes it actually somewhat easier for you to hold on to the rope, although it does mean that the bike itself is, bound for whatever awaits it at the bottom of the canyon. So you are jerked backwards by Sleepwell's tractor and by Kaz's grapple gun, and the bike goes flying down into sort of the heading down the side of the plateau, and
with the headless Aramis construct.
exactly with the headless Aramis construct, wordlessly not saying anything because it doesn't have a head.
Yeah,
and
what would have been funny is if the headless construct grabbed the rope instead and was like, "Bye, sucker!
See ya.
Aramis over.
I'm the real Aramis now."
The final vengeance of so boom, boom, boom. So a massive explosion as the bike impacts the floor below, and Aramis, you are onto this rope now. Kaz, you now still have something to work on because you now have him holding onto the rope and the grapple gun, but you still need to figure out how to get this thing piloted. So you're still need to figure out how to get this bike to the bottom of the ravine and somehow get Aramis like back up to you and all these other kinds of things. So the question is,
but didn't the tractor beam pull him up?
the tractor beam did pull him up,
Okay.
but he's still holding on to the rope of the grapple gun while the tractor beam pulled him back. But I guess the question is, well, let me ask you this, Sleepwell.
Yeah.
Is the tractor beam, do you want the tractor beam pulled up all the way to your bike? Basically, like he grabs onto your
like
bike?
I would have, since we're doing theater of the mind, it's hard to sort of like
I
picture
understand,
all
yeah.
the.
Sorry,
the
I don't have a
really-
map for this.
Yeah, no, this is,
It's a
but
complicated
so like I'm trying
situation.
to imagine what I'm imagining is that like I can set the tractor beam little drone wherever, and then it pulls 20 feet back in toward it. So then, since I was within 15 feet, I figured I would just put the drone somewhere on solid ground and pull Aramis back onto it.
I follow most of that, but I guess I don't know what you mean about because you're on a very steep. So what do you mean putting the drone on?
So yeah, it's like, I mean, I was like right hot on his heels.
Right. Yep.
And so like I would have, positioned it, so that pulling him would have like yanked him basically back to the edge that he had gone over.
Oh, no, he's a little farther down than that. Even at the top speed, he would have been a little farther than that. I don't think you would have been able to bring him all the way back up to the top. You can bring him to your bike. You could certainly do that. But I don't think you're a little bit farther over than that because these bikes go at a decent speed. So, yeah, I don't think you're going to be able to pull him back onto the edge.
Are we on a ramp right now?
Well, the edge
Basically?
of the plateau. You're on a pretty steep kind of
Yeah.
edge. Now you're not like way far down, but I would say that you're probably farther down than just near the edge enough where you'd pull him back up on the edge.
I see. Okay,
Yeah.
so I think so yeah, because the edge is behind me is basically what you're saying, right?
Exactly.
Okay, yeah, no, so
Not by a
bring him
lot,
to- I would bring him basically to me then. Yeah.
Okay. So that makes sense to me. So Aramis, you are jerked back, holding onto this line. So you have this very strange experience, whereas your body sort of is pulled back, and you turn around. You see the I don't know what Sleepwell's face looks like right now, but you see sort of the onrushing face of Sleepwell as you are drawn back onto the bike, which is still flying in that same direction. So Aramis, as you get to the bike, I am going to ask you to make one final check, and this will apply to actually both you and Kaz. So you're going to be making a check to try to A, hold on to the bike, and B, if you so choose, hold on to the line, because you may not in your own mind make a distinction between what Sleepwell just did and the line you're holding on to. It may be that you think those are all part of the same thing. Like you were jerked backwards and you're like, oh yeah, this is because this line that I grabbed onto did this, instead of it being Sleepwell who really did the jerk, pulling you forward before Kaz's rope had a chance to reach the end of its limit. So it depends, Aramis, I think, on if you want to grab on to the bike and let go of the rope, or if you're going to bike and rope, or what.
Aramis can't see the source of the rope he's holding.
No, because right now what he sees is a cat, or specifically
okay.
a Volna.
I think Aramis is going to grab onto the closest thing that he can find, which is probably the Volna himself,
Okay.
not necessarily the bike. But like the bike would be the closest thing, then that's what he's going to grab for.
Okay, would you let the rope go at the same time?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's so there's this wonderful visual of you just flying, and then you embrace sleep well, more or less, as you're both in the bike, and the rope goes causes the line comes flying back. And so sleep well, the good news is you're all together now on the bike. The not as good news is that you've now got to control the bike, and bring it to its end. I'm not going to make you do interminable checks, but I am going to ask for one more to make sure that you can maintain control of the bike. So I will ask here for, let me see. I think I'm going to actually ask for a skill, not just an ability check. Yeah, I'm going to ask you to make, you know what? This is definitely actually an acrobatics check. I think this is acrobatics here. Yeah, I thought about athletics, but I think this is an acrobatics check. To see if you can manage an Ashen Forged and you plus bike.
Okay. I'm going to use 2 dice of luck to enhance this roll.
Seems like a good time for it.
It'd be I'm doing a 1d20 plus 2 for dexterity, and then I'm going to, after that, roll 2d6.
Okay.
So here is the roll, which for some reason isn't showing up. So,
well,
oh dear.
Yeah. That's...
So here's the 2d6 to add on to that. So it's a total of an 11.
It's total of 11. Okay. Yeah. Boy, that 4. I was like, what? So you do manage to gain control of the bike. So you run into him, slam, and the thing is sort of rocking back and forth. And you plunge down the area, and I want to read Dunsel's thing in chat because it's a perfect example of what happens. A small lizard far below at the base of the ravine didn't look up, focused on a tasty-looking worm, as a prospectively mountain-sized metal construct just misses it in a fiery crash, buying the almost eaten worm a grateful reprieve. And that's more or less what happens. Is bam, and then going through the flames of the previous existing bike is Sleepwell and Aramis, who come to a stop some safe distance from the explosion, with 2 of you on one bike, and Kaz, you are trailing behind and Petra behind them, so you can also navigate, if you wish, around the flames to get to where Aramis and Sleepwell are currently in a stationary position. I don't know, Aramis, it depends on where you want to be. Do you want to be just, loving hug? Like, what exact position are we looking about here? Like, clutching on Sleepwell's face, like holding on to him, like, trying not to fall off.
Action Aramis is just gonna move himself behind everybody else and just be at the the back of the bike, kind of a thing.
Okay, so to sort of slide around to the back.
So I do want to remind you that I do have a construct back there as well, who also is eager to hug you.
Yeah, yes. I know.
Multiple hugs as Kaz and
I'm just
Petra
happy to
come
be
up
without
with-
headless Aramis.
Right. So at this point when we're stopped, I'm gonna be like, "Are you okay? Did you hurt anything?" And I'm basically just doing the doctorly like once over here.
Are you done? I think we're supposed to be going that way.
Sleepwell did just save your life, Aramis.
Thanks. I think. Where did that grapple gun rope come from?
I hold it up.
Thanks. All right, are you guys ready?
So
Kaz looks down at the smoldering ruins of the bike below.
It was a terrible bike, anyways. Why do you think I jumped off? I couldn't control it.
yeah, you're riding with Kaz, and at this point, I'm gonna have the construct push him to the ground.
Yeah.
And I'm going to take a healthy lead on everyone as we head toward.
I shout after, "Good job, Sleepwell," and get Aramis on my bike and say, "Kaz Jr., move over." All right, there you are, right here. There you go.
All right.
I'm just gonna sit down.
We
All
keep
right.
going like nothing happened.
Like nothing happened.
Kaz looks down. Kaz looks down and is like, that poor lizard. All right. Let's keep going.
Lucky worm, though. Lucky worm.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That worm will come back later on to save you in some later adventure.
This is how religions get started.
This is how Earthworm Jim gets started.
On the day of the... Yeah. Yes, love. Okay, good night, sweetheart. I love you. See you tomorrow. This is my daughter saying good night. Okay. So, as you begin to make your way now again towards the base, now that you're on the ground and you're not having to worry about plummeting, this is going to allow gradually the path heading up towards the base. And the base is still some considerable distance, but at least you know the general proximity of where it is, the general direction of where it is. But as you're heading up, the path is gradually climbing very slowly back up towards where the base is located. The ground of Phaetus 5 is very cracked and rocky, and so as a result, the kind of general direction that you're being told to go, Rufus gave you kind of the basic maps of where the base actually is. But a lot of the maps that you're using that you can kind of see on your kind of vid tie-ins and things like that on the electrobikes that you have seem to be, it's one of those classic, in our own parlance, the GPS where all of a sudden, like, supposedly you're in the middle of the water because the map hasn't been updated. Like, that's basically what this is. There are moments where if you went where the map is telling you to go, you would plunge to your death into a crack in the earth or something like that. So these maps seem to be somewhat out of date, and it occurs to you, actually, let me have all of you make survival checks for me, please. Maybe this will help you determine why this is happening. And that's wisdom if you don't have survival. Okay. Petra, planets are hard. You have no idea. Like, just, and Sleepwell probably knows, especially because Sleepwell is on his own and is the focus of being angry to concentrate his mind. And then we've got Aramis and Kaz. Kaz, you're like, look, I don't know. I'm still like, maybe you're looking at your grapple gun still, while driving along. But I think that Aramis and Sleepwell would both know that the reason this is no doubt happening is because the moon is under constant stress from the gas giant's gravity. In fact, one of the reasons that you were plunging as fast as you were is that the gravity was stronger here, actually. And so the landscape is therefore continually changing as a result. These maps, according to Rufus, were less than a year old, but they are already pretty much inaccurate. And so what that means is that you are going to have to, and I'm going to have Sleepwell do this first because you're in the lead, make a second survival check to maintain course towards the actual base and not get lost and off the map. But your ability to make this check is based on the fact that you already made one of them, Sleepwell. So this gives you the information that you need. That, on the other hand, not so much. Fortunately, though, there are other people going along, including Aramis. So Aramis, I'm going to allow you to make that check also. And you're like, oh, yeah, no. So you're behind Sleepwell. So as Sleepwell is kind of wandering off, is there a moment where Aramis, you yell forward or something like, go the other way? Like, I just have this image of Sleepwell being like, shut up, or whatever.
Yeah, but Kaz is driving, so he'd have to yell at Kaz.
He'd have to yell at Kaz and tell Kaz, yeah.
We would have the communicators, though, that we typically
That's
carry.
true, you would,
right?
yes.
Oh, yeah, but I turned mine off.
Aramis doesn't know that.
Is Kaz going to have to grapple your bike instead? And
what direction do we need to shift? Is it like a left or a right? Is it like we need to go 3 degrees to the south, southeast, or whatever? I mean, is there a particular direction that we need to go?
Sorry, are you asking me that?
I'm asking you that question.
Okay. Yeah, you have a general idea based upon this about what direction you would need to be going. Basically, you have ascertained that the more you aim for the path that gradually leads up, the easier it's going to be. And that probably is like south-southeast, yes, on that path. So you know that in general terms.
Is Sleeple in danger of like anything of plummeting, or is he just going the wrong way?
Not plummeting. I think Sleepo just could be kind of getting off the track a little bit.
Okay.
And clearly is not looking back at all of you, being not happy at the moment.
Aramis would cue the communicator, and seems like the direction we're going there's a lot of seismic activity, and it looks like there's some shifting of the landscape. I think we're going slightly the wrong direction, so I think we want to veer a little bit more sort of southeast, or maybe just a little bit to the left here. Everybody got that?
What do we see Sleeple do?
Sleepo is just kind of like easy rider, leaning back. He's being consoled and petted by his construct, but
Kaz turns on his communicator and says, "Sleep well. You're going the wrong way."
No response.
I do have it off right now.
Yep.
Okay, we realize that at this point, and Kaz, as we're riding, oh gosh, okay. Is it because we're in kind of like a fork in the road situation now too? If we decide to follow him, then we decide to follow him.
That's yeah, I would say that's fair to say.
Okay. How far away is Sleepwell from me?
I guess that's a good question for you, Sleepwell, as to whether you were, were you like kind of going all out at top speed?
Yeah. No. I wasn't being a jerk. I was just sort of like leading and
for sure.
As time goes on, I would have let people kind of like catch up. But
so probably 50 feet then, I would say.
Okay, actually, I'm gonna hopefully this won't be dangerous. Instead, Kaz has got all his gadgets. He spent his time before this mission, deconstructing his weapons and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Pulls out a flare gun. I don't know if it's a gun actually, but it just says flare.
It feels like everything you have these days is a gun. So I just like flare gun, Polare gun, star gun.
He did like the Kazarang and like the Kaz flare.
Right. Ever since he lost the black hole gun, he's just been like compensating with 50
black
more different
hole
guns.
Gun, where'd you go? Anyway, I can look up the specifics of how it works. I'm sure it's just like Esper Genesis's flare equipment. I don't know exactly how it works, so I'll look that up real quick. But Kaz would like to light the flare and send it and throw it in front of Sleepwell. So I'll look that up real quick.
Yep.
Caltrops, datapad, 2 seconds away from it.
That sounds good.
It just says a flare burns for 1 hour, providing bright light. Doesn't say anything about throwing it. So I guess that's what I have to do.
Okay. So I think that's reasonable. And that would definitely, you don't have to be super perfectionist about where it ends up. So if you send it over in that direction, you can fire that off if you wish. So you're gonna do that.
Yeah. And I'll yell out at the same time, just sleep well, throwing a flare.
Okay. So this thing goes off. And like probably on your right hand side, I guess, Sleepwell, and you see that. I'm going to have you make a perception check as well to see if you hear what he just yelled. So just make a perception check. Either way, you will have seen the flare, though.
Yeah, I am specialized in perception, actually.
Outstanding.
Specialized in hearing Bolaris.
So I also hear.
All right. So. Yeah, you do. So you definitely hear someone yelling, "Say what?"
So at this point, I turn my communicator and say, like, "Oh, what?"
Kaz just points the other way.
I'm like, kind of like, "Are you sure?" Actually, at this point, I'll flip on my communicator. What? We're going that way?
That's what Aramis was saying.
Oh.
Smooth move, Kaz.
Look, hey, you were the one who delivered a paragraph that he didn't hear about how the seismic activity or whatever. I don't understand.
Sleepo, double check your readings. Look at the way the land.
I turn it off and I just go that direction.
Jeez.
Okay. You go the right direction. You mean?
I go the direction that Cosmoritis pointed.
Yes.
All right.
Oh my god, that was the best.
Cos just looks at Petra too, like he's stuck between a rock and a hard place if they were sentient.
That's true. Oh god.
All right.
We keep
Well,
going, I
and
guess.
Petra's just gonna shake her
Yeah.
head and kind of roll her eyes.
Is there someone else with us? Actually, I think for this to work, we've brought Alfred with us. Right?
Yes. And I don't remember
Who's-
which bike Alfred was on.
Yeah.
But
What do
he's-
we have an NPC with us too?
No, Rufus stayed back
No?
with the ship.
Okay.
And
Right.
you and Rona
Right.
was on the, I
Okay.
believe, on the Hyperlance. So yeah.
I think Alfred might have been. Oh, I'm trying to remember now. Did
Oh yes,
have their
Alfred.
own
Yes,
bike?
you're right. Alfred was piloting his own bike. Yeah. So
Oh yeah, because he's
Um,
technically that's what was
that's
going on in
right.
my brain. Because he's technically what's his name?
That
What's the dude who created him? I forget.
Creator dude.
I'll
right.
remember as soon as I hear it. But
yep. So I have so many names flying around in my head.
yeah.
So
I have the wrong computer to check this. Sorry.
No.
yeah, no, it's fine.
I'll wait till you find it.
Yeah, because I got these notes.
Let's hear. I
think
maybe
late.
can still find it. Nope. Almost. I'm gonna get it before you. Nope. Yes, Mikar Prasan. There you go.
Yeah. Damn it. There it is. Right there, literally, right as you said it. Yeah, Makar,
That's how it
Makar
works.
Prasan. So, Makar Prasan, which is the personality at the moment that Alfred has, because of the programming chip you gave it. So, now, this actually is going to be important because I'm going to give Petra an opportunity to see this and probably Sleepwell as well. So Petra and Sleepwell, I'd like you both to make perception checks for me as you are back on the correct path. The flare may have attracted more notice than just yours. Okay, so Petra's got the 15. Yeah, and Sleepwell has this. So, Petra, you see this, you see these two creatures, very large creatures that look almost like very large lizards, that are sort of, as Sleepwell is heading back up in the right direction, you can see a couple of them walking fairly quickly, because they're big creatures, so they move actually quickly across the landscape with these wide claws sort of on the land, heading towards the flares. Now, you can see that. Sleepwell, you can see additionally that these creatures are indeed, they look a lot like a bearded dragon, right, from Earth would be, but they're much larger. And in fact, the one in front looks like it's maybe 10 feet in length. Very, very big. And it seems to be moving towards the direction of the flare. What Petra can't see, but you can, is that it doesn't look like it's coming for you yet. It may not even have noticed you yet. It's coming for the sound and the light that was given off by the flare. So if you keep going in this direction, you're going to clearly attract these creatures' notice at some point. So the question is, you see it, Petra, you see some of what I've described here. So either one of you can react that way, but if you keep going in this direction, you're going to run into them unless you do something to try to avoid them.
I immediately turn on my comm again and say, creatures up ahead, everyone stop quickly.
Okay, so
And I
everyone
stop.
can do that. All right. And now that you stop and the Electra bike sound is gone, then you can hear the as these creatures lumber towards your general location.
Do we all see them now?
Now you do.
Kaz says, I'm not a xenobiologist, but maybe we can just outrun them. Or out-bike them.
And can I roll? I don't have proficiency in it, but I'd like to roll xenobiology to see if I know.
Sure.
I've got survival, and I've got a pretty decent
Sure.
bonus there. So 111.
You don't know for sure about these particular creatures, what they are, but it does not surprise you that a creature like this would be well suited for an environment of this type. They are, obviously not particularly fast, although they probably could, because they're coming, they cover a lot of ground with every step. So they probably could, beat feet a little bit if they had to. But also that their bodies seem to be well evolved to the higher level of gravity, which means if you had to guess, strong-boned, not something you'd want to be on the receiving end of a bite or a claw attack from. But you don't know the specifics about them, just sort of generally what they look like.
Immediately, Aramis is going to look for some feature of the land, something that we can hide behind or shelter.
That there's plenty of. Rocks, stones, boulders, fissures, things like that. Yes.
Aramis relays to the best of his ability the information that you just conveyed to the group and says, I think we really need to find a small space to let them pass. High gravity situations like this, these creatures are going to be resilient.
Yeah,
but
agreed. Let's hide.
Kaz looks at Petra like he's the odd one out and says, I don't know. They don't look so fast to me. Look how slow they're moving. We have to get to the base. Why don't we just... We're on bikes.
Aren't you the hunter? Don't you study your prey?
Yeah, and looking at that thing, I don't... Can I gauge... I mean, I don't know if it would also require... If xenobiology would be the check, or if this maybe doesn't
Xenobiology
even
would be the check to get more sort of detailed information rather than just their big things that are lumbering.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll do one. Because Kaz is looking at the thing and how fast it's currently moving and is imagining in his head if it could go as fast as their bikes were going. So...
Right. At this speed, no. The question is whether
Yeah,
they
for
have
sure.
another gear.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah,
Sure.
I guess I'll go ahead and
Go
do
ahead,
that.
Petra.
Are we sure they're carnivorous and not like big
Nope.
brontosaurus things?
Do not know. Don't
Kaz
know.
is still confident nonetheless.
Sure.
Yep. Kaz is super sure of that they're
We're-
slow, maybe.
We're on bikes. I don't know.
But yeah, you don't know if they're carnivorous, no.
Aramis, don't you think we could outrun them?
I have zero confidence of anything right now. The landscape has changed on us. I don't know how far it is to the slope place that we're going to go.
We also don't know the terrain that's ahead of us. Things could change abruptly and it could be really suited to them.
High gravity situation. This is a rare situation where Sleepwell and I are agreeing. I think you guys should take that a little seriously.
I'm certainly bearing that in mind because that is
For
extraordinary.
that alone, I will hide with you.
Yeah. But like, how long are we hiding? Is this like 15 minutes and they're gone, or is this
Just long enough for us to be able to figure out a little bit more about them
could-
so that we know if we can outrun them.
fair enough?
We could also, seems the flare has attracted them. Maybe we could try to come up with something that'll send them a different direction.
That's what I was thinking too, but we need to hide first.
All right.
Okay, so if you're going to hide, I'm going to ask all four of you to make a stealth check for me, please, because there are multiple features of the landscape. In fact, I will actually give people a choice too. There are boulders behind which, like almost things that look like thrust up from the ground, that you could hide behind. There are also a number of large holes that kind of honeycomb the surface to either side of the path you've been traveling on that seem to lead somewhere below the ground as well. And so that's another option, is you could...
Boulders. I've seen that whole like space movie go into a hole kind of a thing movie too many times before. It's all about the boulders, all right?
All right.
And there's no like plateau that we could scamper on and get the high ground.
Not from where you are. There are small little plateaus, but the last biggest one was the one that you folks left when you left the ship to come this way. You're heading back up towards what looks like another one, Sleepwell, but it's beyond these lizard-like creatures.
I mean, I'm talking about enough high ground so that they couldn't reach us, if we scampered up there.
Not from where you are at the moment, no. Unless I
Okay.
guess you climbed up onto a boulder. I guess you could maybe try to do that. But the boulders are, there's some good-sized boulders, but not one that would probably fit all 4 of you up there, especially if you included your bikes. Even if you just went on your own, it would probably be hard for all 4 of you to get up there. But you could theoretically go up on individual boulders. It'd almost be like climbing a tree. Could do that.
Okay. I think I'm just going to try to hide behind a boulder first.
Okay. So stealth check from everybody, please.
Okay.
Can I argue survival?
No stealth in this case. Survival is going to give you the chance to actually take a shot at figuring out what these things were, but you're actually
Okay.
trying to be concealed.
Okay,
All right.
I'll take it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I rolled the wrong dice. I was doing a wisdom check, and this is a dexterity check. But I am proficient.
All right. So
that's the real roll.
Nice.
So it looks like, so let's see, we have 19, 16, 17, and then we have Kaz. So I love how well the dice work narratively.
Yeah.
So Kaz is like, all right, fine.
At
Right?
least-
It's like coming up with this.
Yeah. The only reason the stealthiest character in the group is because he's just over it.
Yeah. So this is, so you do all manage to hide behind the boulder, and the only one who's kind of, making a little more noise or is not that is Kaz. Dunsel, who keeps putting out these awesome descriptive paragraphs in chat. That's the, good stuff, man. So the lizard-like creatures, and as they get closer, you can see that every...
Can I argue something that I've just seen? I have
maybe?
the chameleon coat.
Okay.
It adjusts to my current geography. Can
Okay.
I, as I'm stealthing there, can I look like a rock? Or make my coat look like a rock?
Sure. Why not? In which case, I'll give you advantage on this check, actually.
Thank
yes,
you.
you do have a chameleon.
It's not often I get to use that in a beneficial way,
Yep.
but hey,
Hey, there you go.
feel better.
All right, so you all sneak behind boulders in various ways. Kaz, you do this, and in fact, so the creatures, and as they get closer, Kaz, you are made keenly aware that these things are much bigger than maybe they looked like from a distance, and, still going about the same speed, and they come up to almost where the flare is, and at one moment, as Dunsel says, they stop, seeking the source of this unexpected source of heat and light. Then I'll go out in my direction. And their tongues, they don't actually use tongues here, but they do look around. Their strange eyes blink. You think you see them blinking diagonally, like the eyelids blinking diagonally across their eyes, and they look around, and then as they turn, and then they sort of put their head down, and Kaz, you have the experience of one of these large, like leaning in. So like almost think the alien moment, where the alien is right up on top of the, and then pulls back and turns, and they begin to lumber off again. And as you see them starting to lumber off, at one point, one of the lizard gives off a strange bellowing, like this rumbling cry, and then starts going at a great pace, like very, very quickly down the path, and then leaps into one of the holes that you saw before. And there's just a moment of, and then there's a rumble below the surface, and then you see peeking up from below in many of these holes, several lizard heads look up and around and then sink back under the ground.
Do not jump into the holes.
And the other lizard that was behind it follows along and then goes into the same hole. And then relative silence reigns. Apparently there are a lot of these things.
Glad we didn't
I-
jump in the holes.
I
Alright.
stealth corrected.
Patience is a virtue.
Yeah.
Yep, exactly.
How-
Heavy world prairie dogs, pretty much.
Yeah. How loud are our bikes?
They're kind of loud. You might have wished for something a little quieter, but apparently Rufus does not exactly specialize in super stealthy bikes, although his ship is certainly good.
Now that they've retreated, though, I think we have a pretty good chance of outrunning them. If we just get on there and sort of blaze forward, I think we.
Are there lizard holes in the direction we have to go?
There are some, yes. I mean, holes. Who knows if they're lizard holes?
Did we get a
Sure.
sense that they were fast when it did that running sort of like thing as it like ran and jumped
Pretty
into
good,
the hole?
pretty good pace, yeah. Now, they didn't go for long, though. You don't know whether that's something they could keep up for long. But they kind of at the last, they went
Yeah.
the last, whatever was 100, 150, 200 feet maybe, and then jumped into the hole. So really, I shouldn't say jumped. Really kind of more like,
Slinked.
slunked in. Yeah, exactly. Slithered, so to speak.
And
Yeah.
I guess it was Sleepwell and Petra that noticed this, but asking so that the conversation can happen. Did they know that there was any correlation specifically because of the flares?
They were definitely seemed to their path altered to go towards where they saw the light. And then once they got there and there was no light or heat, to be found at that point, they then, looked around and kind of, you don't know whether they sensed anything or not. But the eyes were looking right at you, Kaz, and yet, maybe your chameleon code's just that good, but they did not, they didn't end up going towards you any further than they did.
Okay.
But they definitely seem to have been attracted to either the heat or light or both, or maybe the sound a little bit of the flare.
What do you guys think?
I don't know.
Certainly no more.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I couldn't hear you. I'm sorry.
I just said no more flares. I'd like to
Oh.
establish that now.
What I was thinking was one more flare, in the opposite direction. Basically, if we throw it away from us and then head in the other direction, that might give us additional
work well.
distraction.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just,
Sleepwell, could you
maybe.
rig up something potentially to trigger on them coming out, and maybe have it throw it
Yeah,
off?
maybe
direction.
a humanoid-looking construct would, if I don't mean.
I mean, do
I'll-
you
if
want
it-
these constructs to help us later? Because we're heading into
I think
the
this would
shadow
be
of the
helping
valley
us.
of death here.
helping us now. Can't get there if we're eaten by lizards first.
A second ago, you were like
I-
ready to
I-
outrun them. Now that they're
I know,
hidden, you
but
can't.
yes, I know my eyes don't exactly work like yours, but we all saw they can keep pace. I would send a flare back there, but I'm worried that I shoot a flare back in the direction we came, which makes them come out, and then they look and see a whole bunch of bikes, and they're like, oh, that flare is an indication for us to go follow those bikes. Whereas if they see a humanoid looking thing, maybe they would attack and try to eat it.
So,
Any
Sleepwell,
consolation, I'm willing to sacrifice myself, and I gesture to my construct.
you're sacrificing yours. So,
I know.
with a big
I
sigh.
consent to it. I know you may or may not, but
Yeah.
Shouldn't the construct, according to the way that Sleepwell thinks about these things, shouldn't they consent to it? Actually,
No, this isn't an AI construct. This is absolutely a machine. And, thank you for quibbling, about these kinds of distinctions now. I expect it from you, Aramis, but sure. Come on down, Headless Kaz. I know you're the smart one of the
Oh.
two, but here, get a flare from Kaz.
yeah, okay. I guide the construct version of myself, dig through my bag, pull out a flare, and then continue digging through my bag. And then Kaz says, I only have one flare left. Does anyone else have anything?
Aramis
loud
digs
or-
into his bag and goes ring, and then has 3 flares in his hands.
Okay.
Need more?
I'll
I got
use my.
Grenade might be good too.
Fire in the hole.
Let's save those. All right. Aramis, could we use one of yours?
Oh, sure. Here you go.
All right. Sleep well. I will let you do the honors. It is your
The,
construct.
the construct, I direct it to take it, not quite activate it yet. But I say to everybody, okay, I guess we should get on our bikes and get ready to go. So I'm going to just have it tear in the opposite direction, activate the flare, hopefully those lizards will go after it, and we will go in the other direction.
So as you
That's the
see
plan?
it tear across the landscape with the flare, you indeed there. At first, there's nothing, and then you hear this sort of, and then popping up one after the other.
We're trying to bike off at this point.
I figured, but I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, that's true. Are you looking over your shoulder to see what's happening or not? Like as you're doing that?
Just, you know, in the
So-
rearview mirror.
Just making clear that we're on our
Yeah,
way.
no, I got you. And like you see popping out of a lot of the holes, and the lizards pop up and head after in that direction. 15, maybe 20 of those lizards like up and then like running after your hellbent for leather construct with the flare. But as you go in this direction, all right, good night, Echo. As you go in that direction, you do not encounter any other lizards, at least not so far, as they all go chasing after you. And there's more good news because as you are heading in that direction, you also are able to see the path as it climbs up out of the little valley that you were in. You can see that it's heading towards what clearly looks like basically the side of this large hill, and in the side of this large hill is what is very obviously a large and open portal of some kind of door. Does not look like a natural cave entrance. There is a path leading up from the ground level that you are currently on, heading towards the path that will apparently wind up and around, kind of like what you were asking me before, Zach, about coming off of the plateau. There is such a path leading up to this place, which leads up to either side of this large door. So that's the good news. The not as good news is that as you're going along and you're coming up, there is a spot on the other side of the path before you get to this hill where there is roughly, from what you can tell, maybe a mile-ish or so of what looks like a clear plain in front of you between the path that you were on that came out of the valley you were in and the hill that has the base in the side of it. The problem is that the plain is filled with, guess what? Those holes that we talked about. That are along here. Now, you do not see any lizard creatures here. You do hear rumbling sounds, so maybe there might be lizards like miles in the direction, but not anywhere that you could see in the spot between you. The problem is that there are basically several places where the holes are basically just right next to each other, essentially. It looks as if there was a plane above this which has over time eroded, which reveals this cavernous region. And below you, as you're kind of standing at the edge of the path looking down at this area, you can see that the plane, in quotes, is really more honeycombed holes that lead down to this area far below the surface. And some of the caverns you see below you are actually vast, that go great distances below. Some of them are considerably more shallow, but it almost looks very much like something has been pockmarked and pitted, maybe in the distant past before an atmosphere really had formed around the planet to this same degree around this moon. Maybe it was hit by meteors or asteroids or something like that kind of pitted the side of it. But either way, it is going to be a problem as far as getting across from one point to the other. And there is a couple of options that you see before you in terms of how to traverse it. Going straight across on your bikes is going to be impossible unless you just want to start jumping holes and doing multiple checks to try to jump over every hole that you see, which seems like kind of madness. Or you have a couple of other choices. One of the holes near you seems to lead down into what looks like a large cavern/passageway that seems to go underneath the surface of the honeycombed plane and in the direction of the base. So one option is that you could go down and across. The other option is that there is what looks like a kind of almost like, and I should say, by the way, that below that, in that area below, there seems to be a semi-thin stone bridge almost that leads from the path where you are down into that cavern and then across. So that's one option.
As if it's meant to be traversed on.
Yeah, as if it was, but it also seems like maybe it was meant to be this, but then because of all of the, geologic activity, maybe now the bridge is not as stable or secure as it might have been last year, 10 years ago, or who knows. The other option, of course, is that you can try to use several checks to try to identify a path across the honeycombed rock that basically requires you on the surface to weave among and in between the holes that you see. So you wouldn't be trying to jump them, you'd be trying to find a path around them. So these are the two most obvious options you see, although I'm certainly happy to entertain other possibilities if you have them.
So you're saying holes, but are you saying like holes as in craters or holes as in plunging into the
latter
ground?
more. There are some craters as well, but a lot of the holes are ones leading below the surface of this once probably much thicker stone sheet, but now it's been eroded
like a
away.
cheese grater.
Yeah, like
almost.
Swiss cheese, really. And the holes lead underneath the surface to caverns and passageways and things like that.
But I mean, I guess I'm trying to understand it. So like there's a hole, but that means that there's land outside of the hole
That's
to
right.
actually make
Multiple
a hole possible.
holes. That's right. So you
Right.
just have to, you'd have to like
But we
go
could just
around.
walk our bikes, right?
You
Couldn't-
could
couldn't
go
we
around
just-
them. That's right. You
Yeah.
don't know how stable the plane is the problem. Like
Yeah.
you don't know
Or
how,
if there's things
because
in
obviously
the
it's not
holes.
stable already because you can tell that based on what you're looking at in front of you. But yes, you could do that. You don't have to go at, you don't have to, you could just walk your bikes. It'll take longer,
Yeah.
but that also is,
Do we see the borders, like this thin ground between some holes has collapsed in as if it is brittle almost?
in some places and in other places it looks, in quotes, stable, but you don't know
Okay.
how much your vision might deceive you. But yes.
Okay, so I'm going to gather the group together and I'm going to say, if we can rest and prepare ourselves before we actually enter this place, I might have a really, really excellent solution for us here. But I think we should be considering at this point resting beforehand to get ourselves really ready beforehand, perhaps cause in your pocket universe. What I'm imagining
Good.
is that as soon as we get close enough, we probably don't want to spend a night here, out exposed to the elements. But if we could basically pack ourselves away in where you are, I think I might be able to solve this problem for us. It just involves me using the most powerful ability that I have.
Which is
Well, do you remember a few weeks ago when I was able to create a vehicle, that Doom buggy-like vehicle that I was able to get over the bridge when we were back on Earth?
mm-hmm.
Well, I've got an upgrade. A flying upgrade.
Hey. Just
And-
tell, how long do you need? Are we
Well-
talking short or long rest?
So I'll tell you out of game what I'm thinking. I'm thinking like I already had to, pull Aramis from the Abyss. That was a 4th level power. And
Mhm.
now I'd be using a
Okay.
3rd level power at 5th level power in order to be able to create
Yes.
the vehicle. So I don't think we want to go into the situation without, those things. So
Yes.
like I would want a long rest. But so
So-
to you, it's like we need time to fully recover before we go in.
Kaz says, my dimensional pocket only lasts for an hour. But I think your idea that you've just brought forth, a flying machine, I think that's the way we got to do this safely. I would love to go down and cause gestures at the incredibly inviting cavernous mini dungeon entrance, but maybe not right now.
You can see, by the way, Kaz, as you look down, that there is some kind of dark, oily water or liquid of some kind that you can see in one of the holes, like kind of rippling and flowing below you. Even more inviting, no doubt.
How far away? Is it like deeply in the hole, or is it like, oh, let me just walk over here real quick?
No, you'd have to. It's not deeply, but it would take you a few minutes to get down to it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna.
Aramis turns to Sleepwell and says, Why didn't you tell us about this when we were talking about how to get from the ship to the place that we're trying to go?
Well, because among other things, I didn't know you were going to try to plunge yourself to death over the side of a plateau when we had vehicles already provided for us.
They were
Yeah.
terrible vehicles, just to be clear. But also, I'm a little concerned about the usage of the power at this particular point. We need to navigate this to and from, so we have to come up with a solution that makes a lot more sense, especially
Well,
in the situation where we have to actually just drop and run. That solution you're talking about seems like the best thing
Yeah.
to do if we need to drop and run at the end of all of this.
Ergo, why I wanted to be able to take a little breather once we arrived.
yeah. I think the other detail that I was hoping for in my mind is perfect world scenario, and we get into this space. If we succeed in every front, we would be able to leave with a ship, hopefully. I know that's perfect case scenario. There is a good chance that we're going to have to run back the way we came for any number of reasons.
The other question I have is, I understand that it takes some rest to recover your abilities here. How much time do we actually have? They took
Yeah.
our ship and took off, but who knows how long before they actually come back after they've been chasing us. They think is us,
Yeah.
right? I don't know if we have the time to be able to sleep.
What do you suggest?
I don't have any suggestions right now. I'm speechless at the idea that we would use our best ability to be able to get someplace when it's our only real solid escape plan right now that I've seen in this situation.
So, Greg, just out of game for a second, how many clicks away from this are we estimating we are?
How many clicks? You guess that it's about a mile from the path where you are to the base of the hill, on the top level of which, as the crow flies, right?
Yeah.
So, but yeah, you will need to have it. It would need to be flying for you to get directly there. Otherwise, it'd be a lot of going around and about.
Yeah.
So, Aramis, any other situation is going to cause a huge delay. So the time that we make up flying could be used for rest if we can find a place to do that. However, the one thing I didn't count on was that I thought you could hold that pocket universe for longer. So we wouldn't have the time we need for the recovery that I was hoping. So
I mean,
I give my idea.
We could sleep out here. I can try to make us a camp or something, but
Can't your constructs actually stay on guard for us?
They can.
Then we don't have to take watches. We can all get rested up if we need to.
I think the main problem in this situation, though, is less taking the rest. I feel like we can take a rest even if we don't have the pocket realm or if we don't have constructs. It's just the concept of 8 hours passing.
I agree.
If that's important or not.
Right, but how many hours are going to pass while we try to navigate this area?
My impression was that the stuff going up in the atmosphere and in space was all because this planet is believed to be impenetrable because of the defenses they have that aren't on the surface. So I actually feel a little more confident about taking the time to rest if we need to, because I don't think they're going to come back and look for anyone on the surface of the planet, because ideally we came in here as a ghost. They don't even know we're here.
Each show up in a ship coming across, showing up at the foot of this particular place. We need to be very careful. Just kind of appearing out of nowhere. I mean, these damn things are going to be loud as it is, and it points to the bikes. We show up in whatever Sleepwell's construct. If it goes well, great. If it doesn't, we've shot our shot and then we're done. We're not going to be able to we need to be as stealthy as possible about this. So whatever you create, Sleepwell, has got to be quiet as hell.
I mean, compared to these bicycles, I don't think either way was going to be especially quiet. So we'll just have to circumvent. We can scout in this way, though. We can, look around and get vantages that we couldn't otherwise get. And we can do it without dying, which I think of as a plus.
Right.
We haven't heard from our fearless leader turning
I was just
to
about to say.
Petra.
Sorry, I was focused on the chat stuff.
What chat stuff, Petra? What are you talking about? This is the chat we're having. Yeah. What do
This
you
is the
think?
chat we're having. So I don't think I'm worried about spending too much time. I'm worried that if we spend too much time, the lizards will come. They're like raccoons. They just sort of wander around, that sort of thing. And we don't know when those other folks are coming back. I think we need to move faster rather than slower here. I appreciate being prepared. I think it's a good idea, but
Yeah.
I don't know how much time we have to do it in.
In my vote, then, in that vein, is I know it's using up a big resource for you, Sleepwell, but I think it's either you use this one large resource of yours, or we trek through that tunnel and use a whole bunch of small or moderate resources from all of us, probably. And I think we'll definitely, now that we're cognizant that if you were to cast this now and create it for us, we could try to keep that in mind. But yeah, I guess I'm with Petra.
And we are aware, Sleepwell, that you've been carrying a lot of stuff. Just want you to know that
Yeah.
we appreciate it.
I mean, I'll save the party next. I get the for. Yeah. It's my turn.
So Sleepwell looks at Aramis and says, yeah?
I think it's a mistake. I really do. But I'm going to follow what the captain says. And Aramis just kind of turns off and broods a little bit.
All right. And with the party having made the decision then to, I think, if I understand this correctly, have Sleepwell do his magical mystery flying bus tour.
Forged vehicle.
Forged
Third
vehicle.
Power.
the magic school
being used
bus.
at 5th level to carry up to 10 people and make it a flying machine.
Awesome. And so as we get ready for that visual, I'm going to have us go to a break. It is 11:20. I'm going to give us about a 10-minute break here to make sure we have a good long time. We will get back here at 11:30 p.m. Eastern. Then we'll run for about 45 minutes and we'll close up at 12:15. You are watching day 64 excuse me, of Esper Genesis Stormfall, sponsored by Alligator Alley Entertainment with Johnny Pittman, Cat Rambo, Carlos Hernandez, and Zach Clay. And I hope you folks are enjoying it as much as I am, because this is a delightful group always to be GMing. Yeah. So I will be back. We'll be back to you folks in just about 10 minutes. Until then, everyone think about the magic school bus and hang tight.
All right. Magic school bus. Okay, I'm going to go grab.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. We are back and we are ready to go. And let's bring back over the team who have been, oh my goodness, well, they have been placed in the different places. That's what happens.
Happens all the time.
Oh, I didn't turn off my camera. I thought I did it right this time.
One of us did.
So someone made an error. No, it
It's
doesn't
a
matter.
camera turn off mystery.
This
Like
is-
a murder mystery, but less suspenseful.
This is why the beauty of Zoom video windows. All right. So we are back. Also, hi to Prince Justin, everyone who stopped in while we were here. For those of you who just showed up, welcome.
Prince.
It's good to see everyone. And yes, we are going to be
Hey there.
going here for about another roughly half hour or 35 minutes, roughly somewhere in there, before we wrap up for the evening. But you are all here for day 64 of Esper Genesis Stormfall with Johnny, Kat, Carlos, and Zach. And we have a certain flying machine that is going to bring them over this, they hope, honeycombed field in front of them to get to the base, the secret base. So with that said, I'm going to hand things back over. And more or less, is that what we're looking at, Sleepwell? This machine
Yeah, I
is being
mean,
built?
I think we can sort of think of this as something that would be very good at speeding over land. A land speeder, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
The only difference from other speeders over land that you might recognize before is that with the DM's permission, I would love for it to say the Aramis Mobile on the side.
Listen, that is totally up to you. I'm happy to have it say that if you wish. Yes, for sure.
I don't wish it, but my character certainly does.
Hilna's just got a call from Disney. Oh, good. Well, as you keep them distracted, and we'll keep doing what we're doing over here. And then they'll be
Disney
fine.
loves me. I'm Disney and
I was
me.
gonna say,
Hilna's,
Carlos
we're like
is our
this.
get out of free, get out of jail free card for this.
Me and the mouse were like this.
Get out of Disney jail free card.
Yeah.
I do have this image though of different aspects of the Disney Corporation battling each other, like the publisher being like, "Listen, this is how we do things," and Disney being like, "No, bring me there, bring me him on. He will pay for his transgression." Anyway, okay, so yes, I love everything about this. And it can hold you set up to 10, right?
Up to 10.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 with the things. Yeah, so that's plenty.
Yeah.
It is going to mean though that you're going to have to leave your bikes here.
Right.
So everyone's cool with that? Rufus may not be cool with it, but listen, you cross that bridge and you come to it.
Aramis is definitely not cool with either, but
I'm going to suggest to everybody that we stow the bikes in a way that makes them so that we can get to this point, which is about a mile away.
Right.
So that,
Yeah.
since I run a 4-minute mile, it's just 4 minutes away when we have to come back for them.
For you, yeah.
That seems reasonable, or somewhat reasonable, yes.
Okay. All right. So, how long does does this machine last? By the way, Sleepwell?
Let me just go ahead and take a look at there. But yeah, the
6
general
seconds.
strategy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it only lasts
Oh, damn
6
it.
seconds, one segment. While we do this, though, I'm going to be asking the group of sort of how should we, slalom in so that we, can survey the area and draw not too much attention to ourselves.
Oh, okay. I'm looking up 2 things.
So it lasts up to 8 hours.
Great. How long does it take for you to cast this Esper power?
Takes me 10 minutes.
Yeah. So Kaz knows what he wants to do in those 10 minutes.
Okay.
Kaz will sort of, and is it daytime on this planet right now where we are? Or I think maybe it was like mid-afternoon.
I
or
thought
something, heading
yes,
into
exactly.
sunset.
And so I would say at this point we're heading on towards what is sort of the evening. Although, in fairness, the entire area of this planet has this kind of orangish light even during the day. So it's kind of dimly lit. There's almost this sense of I think the term they use is hellish twilight, basically. And every so often there is lightning, which kind of echoes in the clouds above you. As you're heading towards that, in that direction, and it starts to get darker, it basically just means that the orangish light is dimming somewhat.
Kaz will find a suitable perch and go prone, and will look through the scope of his sniper and try to ascertain as much information as he can about the hill, the door in the distance in the hill and its surroundings.
So, okay. As you're doing that, just a quick check on what Aramis and Petra are doing while Sleepo's working on the machine.
Would like to use one of my Sentinel abilities that you all have not seen before, which is Bolster, which means I inject a boosting stim into my allies, providing a temporary increase in toughness and resilience. Everyone gets a maximum and current hit points increased by 5.
We all get our COVID vaccine.
Wow, nice.
Yes.
Well, I presume it applies to Kaz too, despite the fact that he's a bag of stardust in a suit.
Sure. Yeah, I think we agreed that would have that effect. Although it just struck me, can you imagine how successful the vaccination program would be if Petra was on the other end of it? Just sort of like, I'm sorry, you said no? I don't think that's, I don't.
Met my big hammer? Yeah.
No, U.S. has 100% compliance of vaccination. Anyway, okay, so you're able to create that bolstering effect. Aramis, what about you?
Aramis is going to spend the time trying to figure out how we're actually going to get out of here without this little spaceship that we absolutely need, or this little like transport vehicle we absolutely need. So he's going to spend the time strategizing and basically studying the situation, maybe poking his head down in the hole and kind of figuring out what's actually down there without trying to draw attention. And Aramis has like dark vision and would definitely have, has survival skills. So he has survival, so he would definitely be incredibly cautious, but basically just assessing the situation to know what we're up against if we have to run.
So I'm gonna start with that. So Sleepo is working on the machine, and Petra does this bolstering. While this is happening, Aramis, you look below the surface of, and I'll finish up with Kaz doing the lookout situation. The thing that you notice as you look down into the hole is that it does look as if there is this bridge that I mentioned, kind of a thin stone bridge that seems to be going almost directly for the hill where the base is located. And on either side of the bridge, like it looks like it's not too bad to kind of descend into this lower cavern via this hole. But then you have this bridge, this narrow bridge of rock that allows you to provide passage across what is mostly in this large chamber, which seems to connect, as I said, to these series of chambers almost in a direct line towards the hill. And it's all filled with this sort of dark, oily water. And the thing that seems odd to you, Aramis, as you're looking down, is that you would expect that maybe it's some kind of like, mud or sludge or something like that. But every so often it kind of goes bloop, 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 bloop. And every so often the mud seems to kind of bubble and the mud almost slides down the side of the bridge where it bubbled onto. In other words, it seems to be a very active, muddy, sludgy liquid that is on either side of this bridge. It's frankly a little uncomfortable to look at it.
A geyser that's releasing, like it's not just a pool, but rather some
Could be.
sources
Conceivable.
releasing.
So if Aramis was going to try to figure out a little bit more about this particular situation, is this a xenobiology situation, or is this like a different type of a knowledge kind of a thing? Because
I think it'd be more survival. Like a nature check or a survival check, because the xenobiology part would be if you were looking at a creature and you don't,
right. I wanted to figure out what other type of knowledge check. So Aramis is definitely going to roll for some knowledge here and see what happens.
Okay.
Let's see.
All right. So.
And what did I roll?
We're looking at a 9.
Okay.
And so as you look down at it, you're like, just the thing that strikes you about it is how active it is, because one of the reasons that might be a little bit surprising is the fact that given the high gravity of this place, there's definitely lots of pressures that exist within this, but it's sort of surprising to you that it's as, I don't know, as active sort of as this area of mud appears to be. Again, it's unclear if it's sort of like oily or sludgy or more mud-like. There is, of course, that general smell of sulfur that I talked about that exists on the planet's surface in general. And, this may be very much along those lines as one of the things that's producing that sulfurous smell. But it just seems to be quite active in a somewhat troubling way, for whatever that's worth.
Anyone else have any ideas about what I could potentially do here?
Okay.
I don't know if I want to poke.
I'm up looking through a sniper. I'm not there.
Aramis is going to take a stone or like some little small rock or whatever, just let it gently roll into the muddy sort of environment.
It's kind of like poking it.
Yes and no. It can happen though. Like seismic shift, stuff's going to flow into that thing all the time, right? I'm more worried about what's going to poke its head out to make sure that it's just that.
Okay, so the rock rolls down, right? And when it gets to the bridge, it actually sort of stops for a minute. I mean, it just sort of like is there. And then the mud kind of bloop, and then the rock disappears. Like the mud covers it, and when it pulls back, the rock is gone. But it could have just been like it was sort of on the bridge, The weird thing is that there doesn't seem to be much residue you're looking from a distance, in fairness, but there doesn't seem to be much residue left of the bridge, or left on the bridge after the mud, the little sort of goes up and then the rock is gone when it leaves. While you're contemplating that, I'm going to jump over to Kaz.
Okay.
Kaz, as you look through this thing, you can see that this portal that you're looking at, this door that's up at the top of the base, is quite large. It's got to be more than 100 feet wide, probably.
Wow.
Easily enough to be able to accommodate multiple ships going in and out. In fact, if you had to guess, this probably could accommodate ships that, let us say, went after a certain decoy ship that we talked about before. It's quite possible that it would have that these ships would have been capable of doing that. It's certainly big enough to hold them. The other thing you note is that there are two paths on either side leading up to this portal that seem to be pretty wide. And inside it, almost certainly, you can see what looks like the glint of metal. So this definitely does seem to be, as promised, the base which has been sort of built into the side of the hill. The outside of it is obviously natural cave, but inside of it definitely looks almost shaped like and machined.
A hangar bay
into
carved into the rock.
Exactly what it looks like.
And currently it is open, and I am...
Open.
Okay. So I'm almost struggling to view effectively the inside of it
because of the angle, because it's up on the hill and you're down below, right? So you can
there's
see
there's no movement
of
any kind.
Let me have you make a perception check for me, please.
Okay, that's my strong suit. I should probably stop saying that.
In before crit miss.
Yeah. 19.
There are a couple of times where, as you're looking through the scope, you see something flicker across it. And at first you almost think want to move your hand in front to brush away a bug or something, but it's nothing here. You do think that something small kind of zips across a couple times your scope.
Perhaps a drone.
Well,
maybe?
it could be. It's hard to say. It's inside the cave/hangar or whatever it is. It's definitely
Okay.
inside it. But whether it's just like some kind of small flying creature that's kind of, zipping along, or whether it is a drone, hard to say.
Okay.
But there does seem to be something, and it's small and flying.
2 questions to expand on this discovery then. The first of which is the flyby of whatever this flying speck I see in the distance is it rhythmic or patterned, or is it erratic? Like, I can't predict when it's going to fly by again.
It's not erratic. No.
Okay.
But it's not like you can.
necessarily
But it's not like if you stare.
I can't clock it out.
Right, I was going to say, like, exactly. Yeah, it's not like if
Okay.
you stare at one spot, if you wait and then something comes and turns around and spins and goes back. Like, it moves too quickly for you to be able to
Yeah.
see that. But it is not erratic. It's not moving erratically.
Okay.
So,
And then Kaz will look on the surface of the hill and in the air around the hill to see if he sees the same flying specks, or if they are only inside the hangar itself.
they do not appear to be on the side of the hill.
Okay. Or in the air around the hill?
Not from
Like, I
what
don't
you can
see.
Yeah, no, not from what you can tell.
Okay. And then you mentioned paths that come out from either side of the hangar.
Correct, like winding
Yeah.
up the side of the hill, and then there's one on the left
yeah.
and one on the right leading into
So-
it.
We're going to have to, when we cross this honeycomb plane, if we were like just hovering over the honeycomb plane, then the next thing to do would be at the base of a hill, and we'd have to choose a ramp to go up,
Presumably.
right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
All
And
right.
that and by the way, up near the hangar, the paths do look pretty wide. You can't quite tell because the paths, you kind of lose sight of them a couple times as they wind around and over, but they don't seem to be up there. They're certainly pretty wide. You don't know if they stay that way all
Yeah.
the way from the bottom of the hill or not.
And no movement on the paths
No,
themselves?
no,
Okay.
no movement on the paths.
All right. I think that's all. Oh, and then the second thing and the last thing that Kaz is going to do is pretty possibly overpowered ability, but we'll see.
We do Hunter's Mark the entire base.
No,
Everything
I
there is
just looked. Yeah, I
now
was
marked.
actually.
And
Now I see the cost of it. Never mind. I'm not going to do that thing. So, I was gonna. Can do a thing that lets me sense the presence of any creatures of my chosen like quarry within 10 miles and their direction and other
Dang.
information. But I could probably figure that there are, creatures like that over there. So I'm not going to do it because I'd have to spend a slot. So Kaz will leave from his perch, and coming down and seeing that Aramis has gone to investigate the oily thing. If he's still down there, then Kaz would go there, because Kaz originally had an interest but didn't want to go down because it seemed like it was a little too far away.
okay. All right. So you go down just as the Sleepwell, the machine is just about built, and looks like it's just about ready to go. You're just putting the final touches on the Aramis mobile, on the side there. Petra has bolstered everyone and is prepared to get on the ship also.
Yeah.
And so, Kaz, you go down to Aramis, who's looking at this dark, oily water, which is still, a decent distance below. It would take a few minutes to walk down to it, but...
Petra, what does the bolster do again?
You have currently, for basically 8 hours, you have 5 extra hit points,
Those are
Extra.
considered temporary.
both current and max.
Oh, okay. So not temporary.
Oh,
Got it. I'll mark it as temporary. Even though
Yeah,
it's-
I'm gonna do the same. I may need a reminder about that when it comes.
So, and you said 5 extra?
Yes, 5.
Got it. Cool. Thank you. Does how many people can you do that to?
3.
Oh, okay, perfect. I was gonna say Alfred Mikar Person Android could get a bonus, but yep. Okay. Kaz goes up next to you, Aramis, and says, "What do you think it is?"
I have no clue. And before I answer anymore, I'm going to ask about how much time before the last action that I took where I dropped the pebble in or the little rock.
Right.
Between that and the time that Cause has walked up to me, do you think?
I would say maybe two minutes or so.
All right. Aramis would just pay attention, just watch, and I would like to roll a perception check.
Okay. $13. And you're specifically looking for movement or something down there, Aramis?
I'm looking for anything else out of the ordinary that the black sludge or mud or whatever it is going to do in relation to the bridge.
Okay. So far, it seems to have returned to its very, active, bubbling state near the bridge, but nothing else seems to have happened with it, beyond what you saw previous, since the rock was removed.
And Aramis will spend the time explaining exactly what he saw to Cause and say, that way really doesn't offer us any more safety than anything else that we've tried to do so far. So that should be a last resort. We should not, unless we actually need to, we should not take the below path. This is not, this is totally, just not, this is our Minds of Moria moment. We're not doing the bridge at Khazad Doom here, okay? And that's exactly what he says to Kaz.
Maybe, yeah, I hear you. Maybe some of this...
Like, yeah, I got you, man.
Maybe some of this would be useful. I don't know. You said it, melted the rock?
I said that it took the rock. It covered it, and then the rock was gone. I didn't see any sizzling. I didn't see anything to indicate that it absorbed it.
Maybe it's like an amoeba or something.
Bloop, 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 bloop.
I don't know. It's like the Blob, all right? Did you ever see the movie The Blob? It's on the list of things that I try to get you guys to watch.
That's... Oh, no. Every human I have met has recommended that movie. Simply because it's like a joke, but yeah.
Well, I got to be honest, I'm not making that joke. However, whatever it is, it's a bad idea.
All right. I think Sleepwell's almost done. So.
And indeed, Sleepwell has now completed the flying machine.
Da-da-da-da.
Yep, and it's ready to go.
Does it come with built-in speakers like the last one?
I don't know. Does it?
No, it's in lieu of that, the two constructs I have left are just constantly beatboxing.
Welcome to the flying machine.
Nice work, Sleepwell. This is great. This is awesome.
It's I think, my best work yet. And I just sort of Vanna White the Aramis mobile for it.
I remember the last time we were all on a flying vehicle together, or flying cab, and we crashed into a skyscraper and did a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
Oh,
good times.
Kaz imparts all of the visual information that he gained about the base, the path and the light flying activity seen in the hangar, which is open.
Okay.
Wait, light flying activity. So you saw a really small thing. Do you think it was just like a survey drone, or what was it?
That would be my best guess. The depth perception's a little hard to gauge, and Arv, would I have been able to tell from that distance, with the 19 perception, would I have been able to tell at all if it had wings? If I saw the movement of flapping on either side of it, or if it was just a speck floating?
It went too fast to see if there were wings, but you don't remember seeing flapping, but it was pretty small in fairness. So, but you don't remember seeing flapping. It was going pretty quickly.
Also, was
And there
Did I
also,
get
and
the
I should say,
impression-
I should also say
Yeah.
very quickly, there might have been more than one.
That's what
You
I
never
was about
saw
to
them
ask.
at the same time, though. But I mean, there definitely wasn't like 10 of them, but
Okay.
there might have been more than one. It's possible.
So it was always just at any time when I did see movement, it was one thing
Right.
appearing and then disappearing.
Right.
Okay.
That's right.
All right. I impart that. I say, yeah, maybe a service drone. That hangar is like 100 feet wide. So my impression is maybe the maintenance drone for the ships that go in or something.
Well, we clearly don't want to be anywhere near it as we come on in. Maybe I should fly us, a little bit right of it, and then we'll come in, basically on the side.
Yeah. Or, yeah. We could try to come in stealthily with the vehicle. I mean, and I never saw any humanoid movement. Maybe it won't really care that we're there. Or we could just full on foot down on the pedal, break in.
Yeah, let's not do that. Let's try to not, blow every element of surprise that we work so hard to maintain right now.
Yeah, you're right. So we're gonna, well, you'll be driving. We'll leave it up to you. I mean, someone will be driving. I don't know, but
I'm driving.
all right.
Okay.
I'm ready to go.
All right. So if you all get in and climb into it, Aramis, just as you're kind of getting on the ship and you look back, you again hear, and maybe it's just your imagination, but the kind of bloop, 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 bloop seems to get even a little more active just as you're getting on the ship. You're doing one of those like looking back over your shoulder deals, and as the door is shut, you hear this bloop, 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 from the viscous liquid below, and then the door is closed, and the ship is able to lift off and head towards the place. Now, how fast is this thing? Does it tell you how fast it moves, Sleepo, this thing?
Let me just take a look. I should have just left it
It's
marked.
like a little tiny Vespa, little buggy.
Like.
God,
So
what is
it says it has the statistics of a normal vehicle of its type. So
Okay.
it is create an airborne, hover, or underwater vehicle. So
Okay.
I'm creating an airborne vehicle that has a typical speed of a vehicle of its type.
Okay. So that means so you're able to hover over it, over the honeycombed area as you go. I wouldn't say it's intensely, like insanely loud. It's probably like, within the sort of noise of the environment as you go along. And at this point, it is, moving on to early evening. So again, the orange is kind of dimming. I don't remember if I had. No, I guess I didn't have the picture up at the moment, but the sort of orangish glow is fading as you make your way across towards towards the actual hill. And when you get to the other side of it, you're able to pass over pretty much without incident. You see many of these holes down below. No more sign, again, on this plane of the lizard creatures, but there's definitely more of that viscous black liquid that you can see in various spots, deep below in the bowels of the earth down below you. And you get over to the base of the hill, and you see indeed that there are basically two paths that are leading up on either side of the hill. They are reasonably wide, although you don't think they'd be wide enough to accommodate something like the hovercraft, which is not, as I understand it, like a jet, right? Like it's hovering over.
No. So it
or
could
is it-
make either an airborne vehicle or a hovercraft. And I probably misled you a little bit with
You're doing
my land
airborne.
speeder
That's fine.
joke. But
That's
yeah,
fine. If you're doing airborne, that's fine.
We want to go up a little higher.
Okay, that's
than
fine.
that.
So that's fine. So then you can do that. So assuming there's no lower limit on that, then you can just, if you wish, you could go up using the path, or you could just kind of go up straight, and just like go up to where the hangar is. But I do want to know how you want to encounter the hangar. In fact, I will even show you, bring you to a new map. I know you're all excited. Of the
Yeah.
hangar.
Kaz says, I have an idea. What if we very slowly raise this craft up to meet the base of, or the top of the hill where the hangar entrance is, just enough so the tip of my head, I can look through the scope more into the hangar, so it's just my little head peeking up.
That sounds great.
All right.
Okay. So what then are you doing to go up there? What is your...
So Kaz would like to have us, if the hill sort of tops out at a certain point, right, and becomes flat, and then there's the hangar entrance, that we will be floating in front of the hill, and then slowly, sort of cinematically, will rise up in the air to meet the level of the hill, but only high enough so that Kaz's head can poke up to look.
I was watching, like last week, I was watching, for some reason, clips of both Knight Rider and Airwolf, which is a show you will not have heard of, Zach, but Airwolf, man, there was no more cool thing in the 80s than the sound. First of all, the sound, because it sounded like roar, like this roaring wolf, but also it would do that thing where it would like just climb above like a mesa, and you just see this like epic helicopter. It was awesome. So anyway, I love the image. So you sort of go up and then rise above the hill, and this right here, I believe these are, it doesn't specify if these are 5 or 10 foot squares, and I'm trying to, it's got to be 10 foot squares actually. It's got to be, because it's about 100 feet, I said, was the other thing. So you are 10, 20, 50, 60, 70, you're about 150 feet maybe from the edge of the hangar when the ship here sort of peaks over the edge, and you can see the path leading on either side, as I mentioned. And then you can see into, I would say, a little bit more of this hangar, and that is absolutely what it is. As you're looking over, you can now tell that it's got to be a hangar, and that let me make sure I'm looking at the right thing. Yeah, so it is definitely a hangar, and inside this you can see, go ahead and pick one of you. Let's have Petra actually roll a 6-sided die for me, please, and roll 20. Okay. So, when you peer over the edge so that you're looking up, Kaz, you can just see what is clearly some kind of metallic flying object, which is flying away from the edge of the hangar. So, right about here, there is something flying away from it. Something metallic, and
flying into the hangar.
No, flying away from the opening.
So towards us.
No, from the opening towards into the hangar. So I'll actually put up there so I can show you. So like, it's not that big.
It's
so like this, but it's flying this way.
Okay, so into the hangar.
Correct.
Okay.
And you can see one that you might, although it's a little hard to see, be able to see another one coming in your direction. So like one going away, one coming towards you.
Is there anything preventing Kaz, like maybe if he uses his scope in addition, to see just a straight shot through the whole length?
Yes, with the scope. If you were to use your scope, you'd probably be able to. Although be aware, you will be making, I mean, if you'll be visible theoretically to whatever's in there. But yes, you could do that.
Okay. Yeah. I'll trust whoever's driving their ability to kind of keep me just maybe like I said, like as little of my head as possible, just enough so I can see.
Okay.
And I'll pull up the scope and try to look through as much of the hangar as I can.
Okay. You are able to see more of it. So the hangar extends down this way, and then, since you mentioned it was straight shot,
Yeah.
this is a big room, and definitely there is room for multiple things. But as you look through, you can see that it's actually, although there are no other ships you can see are in it, there are some vehicles. There look to be 3 vehicles which have multiple tires on the bottom of them. You think you see Mako written on one of them? No, I'm kidding. You don't see that. Obligatory Mass Effect joke. You don't see that, but you do actually see vehicles that do have multiple tires below them. And there are a couple of them that are on either side. They seem to be unoccupied at the moment, but are sitting in this hangar as well. And in the very back of the hangar, you can see what looks to be possibly some kind of like terminal of some kind and a couple of doors. And then the hangar also extends off here to the east and the west, but you can't see that because it's blocked by your angle. You can't go to it. And there is indeed another drone, by the way. You have to assume that's what it is, which is now coming back in your direction as this goes this way. So they're passing each other.
I tell Sleepwell to lower us.
I do.
And
okay.
I impart all that information to the party. And the terminal, did it look like a terminal that a humanoid would operate?
Yes.
Or was it? Okay.
Yes.
So it was something like a part of it, its base was affixed to the ground, and
Correct.
It was almost like a computer you could
That's
use.
right.
Okay, got it.
Now, you don't know what language or anything like that, but yes,
yeah.
that's correct. It did look to be sized and positioned for a humanoid. Yes.
What do we think?
Well, I mean, those drones, I'm not even sure that they're security because they're kind of just ambling around and stuff. They might just be sort of like maintenance drones and things like that. It would be really handy to just be able to go in, and go in through the hangar, because then we know we would be blocking off escape and things like that.
I'll try to look at something, but anyway.
Behind you, sitting in one of the seats, Alfred quietly says, "Is this the part? This is where you're going to need me, right?"
There was a terminal there. I think that's where it'll be.
And he nods solemnly.
And I gotta say, right, like if I had a base and I had drones patrolling it, I don't know that I would make them all maintenance drones. In fact, pretty sure I would not make them all maintenance drones. There would be a few kind of at least reporting drones floating about in the mix, if not to say a few drones with weapons. But maybe that's just me.
Yeah.
So, Petra, do you have an idea of how we should approach this?
Can we create some sort of diversion that would draw all the drones away in another direction?
Yeah.
We have Sleepless says ruefully, at least 3 flares left.
Could we make the lizards stampede on the base and create a huge diversion, and then we'll just, they're not going to pay attention to us if there's lizards running all over the place.
We drew them here, but we'd have to go back to do that. I think
true.
All the lizards are back there.
Did we clearly figure out that the holes are not related to the lizards at all?
I don't know about not related, but you did not see any lizards in these holes. Okay. But it was a mile. It's like mile in either direction. There's a lot of room there.
Yeah, I'm under the impression that once we are able to get Alfred connected, that he'll be able to get us in, and maybe if the drone, maybe make the drones ignore us. So I guess the trouble is getting to the terminal.
Alfred, what do you know about this? Like, do you know what you're supposed to do once you get to the terminal? Like, are the robots expecting you? Like, will they not see you as an enemy?
He says, I'm not entirely sure. I know that Prasan claimed that I could just access the outside system, and once I was able to do that, I'd be able to then see what was going on within the base. But he didn't know the specifics. This whole thing was built without his knowledge. The only thing that he knows is the way to get in through any of these systems generally.
So, Prasan, you're in there, right? Hello, Prasan?
And he kind of, and again, oddly, Alfred then nods again. I'm here, yes.
Yeah, so what do you know, like, about this place and getting in and how you programmed the Alfred?
The problem is that my knowledge is out of date. But if all works the way that it's supposed to, Alfred should be able to go in, hook into the system, and immediately get a schematic of the way that the base looks and the security systems that are put in place. If all goes well, then we should be able to use that to open things. Technically, they would have locked down any kind of back doors, but, well, I had a chance to perfect my own hacking abilities, and my suspicion is that there were back doors they wouldn't have found, which I left into their systems before I ended up leaving their service. So, if all goes well, it means that Alfred would be able to connect to it. But I can't know the actual specifics until I see it. We've got to be able to get him to that terminal somehow.
So what do you know about the drones that might have been guarding this place? Like, what do you think those are?
I think Petra's right. They're probably a combination messenger and attack drone. Although typically what they'd be more likely to do is try to sound the alarm, alert whoever's in the base that someone's there before launching an attack. The bigger issue is making sure the drones don't sound an alarm.
Yeah.
At least we got rid of the ships that were here. There must have been a few of them.
Well, yeah, I think whatever distraction we create, if they are alarm drones, can't be a volatile enough distraction that it causes them to alarm anyway.
This is true.
There are also these paths, you know, I just kind of said, there are also these paths we could circle around and, you know, or hover above and see what we see and scout the area more thoroughly.
That's a good idea. I like that.
I was just going to suggest.
Alfred says, do you think you could shoot any of them down, Kaz? Drones?
I could. I'm just paranoid about, especially dealing with Long Winter here, that maybe the Long Winter is just always aware, and it would sense the fact that one of the drones has disconnected from the network, if you will.
Conceivable. You know? Alfred says, also, I found an extranet from someone named Commander Dunsel who said to forget about the drones, disable the alarm. If it's down, it doesn't matter if the drones try to sound it. And then thinking face emoji.
Are you all right, Alfred?
Sorry, I suddenly was connected for just a brief moment to 2021's Twitch.
Alfred has gone Super Saiyan.
Yeah.
I think
maybe let's do a roundabout.
Yeah, let's try to very stealthily, you know, get a little bit higher so we can see just the whole perimeter.
Okay. Oh, so you want to go out of the sight line of the hangar then and go up?
Right.
If I understand. Okay. So when you're able to do that pretty easily, and when you get up to the other side, you can see that indeed the hill is pretty, like the base of the hill is pretty wide, which suggests that it's built sort of down. Like the hangar obviously leads out of the top, and it's built down into this hill. And the hill is pretty sizable and looks to be pretty stable. At least, you don't know how stable it is below, but certainly it looks to be stable out here. And thus pretty well protected. If you had come from the other side, you would never have seen this. The only way to see it is from the hangar, and usually you would assume the hangar doors would be closed. But from this side, it just looks like stone and hill.
Landscape.
Yeah, it was clearly meant to blend into the landscape, and looks to be pretty good size. But there are no other, there are no other drones flying around the outside or anything like that.
We could look for a bolt hole on this side, I say. Some escape hatch or something that they've set up at the...
That's good. Yeah.
I'll look for you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead and make, let's see, would that be an investigate? Let's say that's an investigation check, I think.
Look for the Death Star exhaust port in this
exactly.
hill.
3 meters wide. Yes.
Okay. I may not be
Many
the best
constructs
at that.
died to bring you that information.
I'd say to Sleepwell, I don't know. This seems more investigate-y and less perception-y. I'm sorry. The human vernacular has really rubbed off on me in possibly the worst way. I'm just trying to say that I'll take a look, but your eyes might be better than mine. Never mind.
Wow. You're like, I see all. It's just wireframe, the whole base.
Your eyes might not be as good as mine.
Perhaps I was wrong.
Yes.
You don't think you do not see now, like you really zero in carefully on each spot, but you don't actually think that you see any spot from this side. In fact, on the other side, on the ground level, those holes, the plane that you saw, are even more exposed on the other side. And so it almost seems impassable on the other side of this mountain, of this hill, certainly on foot. You'd have to be going in some kind of flying or hovering kind of craft, or maybe, you don't know if there's like a cavern, like a passage underground that might lead to it. But certainly the way that you came in the other direction, that is not accessible at all on the other side of this hill. Looks like they get in and out through the hangar, at least the open area that you can see.
Well, I guess there's one way in.
What do we think? That does look like the one way in.
Yeah, I think that's way we gotta go.
Okay.
I think maybe our best bet, my vote would be that we just fly right in. And I think, any distraction we create is more likely to create an alarm than just acting like we're a vehicle that's supposed to be there. Okay. All in the interest of just getting Alfred right to that terminal so he could hopefully turn him off anyway.
Option A.
Yeah.
Option B could be we have our resident Black Hat, and I look at Aramis, try to get to the terminal first and see if he can take out the alarm before the drones set anything off.
Where exactly in the hangar is this again? Where is this terminal?
On the back side, right here.
Over 100 feet away.
Yep.
Aramis kind of looks at Sleepwell. Do I look like somebody who could stealth my way across that hangar and get to that terminal? Do you want me to run?
I was thinking that you might have some kind of cybermancery ability to stealthily infiltrate, but I guess I was mistaken.
It's not a matter of doing that. That requires an incredible, and he looks over at Kaz. Kaz specializes in stuff like this.
Yeah, but I'm not a Black Hat. I don't know.
What about creating a drone to distract the other drones or to get over there? And then us use the drone to interface with the actual terminal. Can you do that, Sleepwell? Because if you can get me get me some sort of remote access to that terminal, I'll black out the hell out of that.
Well, if we're gonna get anyone to the terminal, I think it should be. We might as well get Alfred there.
Yeah. Agreed.
But I like that drone idea. What if we do go in, all of us, but then instead of the drone looking down and seeing us and us being the center of attention, maybe we don't attack them or anything, but we send a drone flying up in front of them like a little drone friend while we're down on the ground. I don't know.
Sleeple, can I ask you a very basic question about this vehicle that you've created here?
Yes.
How long do we have with it?
How long did we take? It was a mile flying, so what was that, like 10 or 15 minutes?
About 15 minutes, yeah, I would say.
Yeah, so we have about 7 hours and 45 minutes of vehicle time.
Yeah, I gotta say, I don't like to agree with Cause here in this particular case, but I think whatever damage it does, it might provide us the type of cover we need to get right to that terminal.
Wait, I think I'm not following. You want to crash this vehicle?
I hate losing it, but yes, I do.
That's not what I was saying.
You said barreling towards the back.
No, I just meant drive in like we're supposed to be here, park right next to the terminal, and as the drones come to look at us, we chip Alfred in, you know? No crashing involved.
I don't think it's to be that simple, but okay. I'm
Probably
all
won't.
for flying casual.
I could try to take them out if we could gather them together too. I have my EMP pulse, and that can often disable
Oh, yeah.
drones.
I think that would be a safe way to do it, because if it was perceived as a disconnection in the network, an EMP isn't permanent. So maybe we get them back online and it looks like it was just a glitch or something. I don't know.
I like that. Can we do it, Sleepwell?
Yeah.
Well, I guess I'm just trying to figure out, do I try to sneak in and take them out together? Do we fly casual next to there? When they're out there waiting from the door, I surprise them with this?
What if we fly in casual, and if it looks like they're about to set some sort of alarm or something, or if they get too close, then the way we confront them is with the EMP pulse. If we don't even have to use it before Alfred gets there and hopefully turns them off or whatever.
All right, I'll be the backup plan.
Option B.
Let's fly casual. Any
And-
objections? Let's hear them now.
Let's do it.
And
Man.
I have a question of clarification about an ability I have.
Okay.
So there's a talent called Data Ghost, and it says, let me find it real quick. D is for Data Ghost. You create a digital mask to hide your presence on any computer system or network. It can be used to target other people. For the duration, any intelligence check made in an effort to locate the presence or activity of people under the effect of Data Ghost on a particular computer system is made at a penalty.
Okay.
Any activity performed by you or your chosen targets during the duration is immediately erased from the system when Data Ghost ends. I'm imagining, based on the wording of this spell or this talent, that this is more like within the network itself.
Yeah.
Like this isn't something that this will cause us to appear almost like we're wearing like camera resistant clothing to the drones or anything.
Right,
you know?
exactly. This would be more sort of
Okay.
like a Shadowrun neuromancer, while on the net, this is the sort of thing. that you
All
would
right,
use
so
for that.
it won't prevent them from perceiving us at all.
That's correct.
Okay.
Um,
So I
Hold
won't.
on a second. if I'm reading this correctly, you can do this up to 6 people.
Yeah.
Why don't
I mean,
we
I
just
might-
block it?
That's what I just asked, and it's not saying that, it's saying anything within a network. Like if we tamper a file or if we mess with a thing, it won't prevent the drones from physically seeing us.
Right.
So it requires a network. So you have to be at a terminal to be able to implement this, is what you're saying. And the person would
No,
have to
it's just
connect.
if we are interacting with any network in any way and we tamper with it, the ability for anyone to notice our tampering is gone. So like when we get to the terminal and Alfred starts doing his stuff, it might be a good idea to put data ghost on that. But
sure,
for the drones, they can still physically see us, and it's not going to do anything for that.
Right.
To my understanding.
Yep, that's right. And accessing it, what Dunsel said about accessing it wirelessly, yeah, no, not necessarily, Dunsel. Because it's not creating physical blindness, right? It's creating network blindness, essentially, so that a virus program, let us say, would not recognize the digital signature of these things, but a drone would still recognize you as being physically present. Now, yeah, so yes.
It wouldn't, but so in that particular example, and I have another question to follow up with that, but in that particular example, it would still prevent them from actually setting an alarm. The logic there being that...
No, it's not true.
The logic there being that, because what you're doing is you're basically removing the ability for them to be able to identify that there's something going on and send it back to a central system or send it back to, some other way. They can still see and react, but they can only see and react based on what they're doing. They're not able to actually communicate that there's actually a problem with identifying information. They can just say there's a problem.
Yeah, but that doesn't seem to be... The description of data ghost, though, doesn't suggest that it's jamming their ability to interact with the network. It's that they wouldn't find it on the network in the first place. And so if they see you, that doesn't mean that they're then incapable of being able to report back what it is that they saw, because that happened outside of a network environment. Their encounter with you happened outside of it.
Right.
Unless I'm
That's fair.
Unless I'm badly misreading it, that's what it sounds like to me.
Yeah.
I mean, I wish. It would be lovely to have
original
ghosts,
plan.
not
Original
data ghosts.
plan. I'll I'll still cast it as a precaution.
Okay.
Not in the interest of it doing anything that we just refuted it wouldn't do, but for the moment that Alfred goes to hack into the system, that's when it would be useful. So I'll go ahead and cast it anyway.
Okay.
And I can target all of us, including Alfred. And visually, you all see a static flicker appear inside Kaz's suit. And then he sort of waves his hand over each of you, and then a similar static flicker of Esper power surrounds you for a brief moment.
Okay.
Won't help us on the way, but this computer will have a hard time.
And you are flying the ship in. That is still the plan, right? Is to fly the ship in, or are you walking in?
Gonna fly the ship in.
Okay. So, the ship, which I have put down, I hope that's roughly accurate.
That's a cool looking ship.
So the ship flies in, and as it does so, you can see, by the time you get in there, these things are about equidistant, one heading away, one heading towards. And you can see that the two drones that are going back and forth, they immediately sort of like register the presence of the ship, and they go over in this direction and then stop. And they seem to be just scanning the outside of the ship. Now, you could also just fly past them, but like that's what they're doing at the moment. There's no hostility as of yet, but they're just scanning the ship, or seem to be.
Yeah, we're gonna fly past them and really just abut the pedestal.
Like, so there, pretty much?
Yeah.
Okay. Couple of notes about this. When you do that, first of all, you can see the rest of the size of the hangar. And one of the things you note is that there is a brand new looking personnel carrier over here on the right side of the hangar. It's the only other ship besides a few of these ATVs that I talked about before
I know what that is.
that are in there. So there's that I wanted to mention. The second is that there are, in fact, I talked about these ATVs, and you can see a few of them. There's one here, one here, and one here. And then when you land here, when you go past, the drones sort of turn and follow. And they don't do anything or attack. They just follow. Mm-hmm. And so then you get to the terminal. So then what happens next?
So this is all like very, very sort of like difficult, like in terms of like lines of sight and things like that. Is there a way for us to tell sort of like, so those drones are 10, 20, 30, 40 feet away?
That would be correct at the moment, yes.
So if somebody got out at the front of the ship and used the ship as cover, it's very unlikely they would be able to perceive that person, right?
Correct, unless they go past the ship. I mentioned that they're following. They are still sort of slowly almost drifting towards the ship. But at the present, like where they are at the moment, you're right, they wouldn't see. Okay.
So I think now's our chance. I'll go out with Alfred. If they get too close, I'll use my EMP on them.
Okay. So Alfred gets over to, comes out to the terminal. All of you are looking out the back as you see the drones, like on the vid feed, as the drones are slowly drifting, inexorably, but very slowly towards it. And Alfred gets to the terminal and immediately starts going in and, and like starts moving his hands over it, accessing it. And then at one point, a slot in the terminal opens up. And Alfred sort of looks over at you, Sleepwell, and says, "All right, this is where I need to access. This is our last chance to decide.
Now, go." So
he puts he puts his hand down, and one of his fingers opens, and there's a probe that he's able to place within it. And a slight little static charge goes up, and there is just silence for a moment, and Alfred doesn't say anything, and for a long moment, actually, something doesn't happen, and he says, "All right, I'm," and then he sort of, "Oh, that's bad. That's very bad." And he looks over at you, and he says, "So we found the base, and they're all here. Laris, Bliss, and Aricia. They're all here. So are the security. They took over the base, but not all of it. We have two choices, Sleepwell. If we go down one side, we have the security forces to contend with. The other side just keeps saying off limits and restricted. There's something down there, Sleepwell. There's something alive, and they don't control it." And that is where we're going to bring our session today to a close. I love the image, too, of Alfred being in front of the ship while the drones are just slowly, kind of drifting forward.
It's so good.
Good stuff, folks. I am very excited to see, now that you're actually at the base, what happens inside it. Which will you choose? The path of security or the path of hidden danger of Dead Space?
Not so much.
Not so much. Great stuff from everybody, as always. I will start with the gentleman on the right. As per usual, as is tradition. Zach, Kaz obviously had some very big things he had to do. First of all, there was the grapple gun situation at the beginning, which was everyone was trying to figure out what to do from their characters' perspectives, and I think you all handled that quite well. But then obviously you had the scope that you had to manage. You were, figuring out how to actually what exactly to do in terms of getting inside the hangar and the whole bit. So there were a lot of different things that Kaz had to decide one way or the other. And so, yeah, it was interesting to see Kaz's contribution and what else he's going to be doing going forward. So how did you feel about today? Where would the lovely folks find you next?
This was definitely one of my favorite sessions. I would have to say, for the fact that we got the chance to use so many of the different cool toys of our classes.
Yeah. The chameleon coat too. I forgot about that.
Yeah. And for Sleepwell, definitely also got a lot of opportunities for that as well. And I also really liked, from a D&D perspective, that there was no combat, but the whole journey to and arriving at the terminal ultimately of this hangar was an encounter in and of itself. You know, the ravine was an enemy.
Yep.
You know, the lizards was an enemy. The holes and the ooze.
And you could have had combat, incidentally, multiple times.
Yeah. So I loved that kind of stuff, where it's like, it was almost like a dungeon crawl, but out on the exterior of a hot, dry desert planet. It's very cool. Lots of inspiration. Definitely great encounters that, you know, combat tends to slow down a lot and can be great, especially if there's stakes. But I really liked the more of the problem solving, collaborative team part of this whole thing of like figuring out, okay, how are we getting from point A to point B? Here are the hazards on the way. So that's a lot of, for me as a DM, a good reminder to use more things like that, instead of just being like, oh, there are things, you must fight them.
Yep.
You know?
Yep.
So yeah, that was really good. I enjoyed this a lot. And excited to see what happens when we obviously go down the path of off limits. So yeah.
Oh man.
That's all for me.
Non-official vote.
Yeah, it's official vote. That's all for me. And you all can find me on this channel for Esper Genesis, our vocalists, also on the channel Unmade Gaming, where we're currently in the middle of a show called Alien Emanation, set in the Alien movie universe. And it's
some good
great.
Characters over on that show, by the way. I encourage people to check that out.
Our last episode ended with the first reveal of the alien this season, and it's right in front of one of our characters. So yeah, like tail curling down and everything. That was the description. Gonna be great.
Good stuff.
So that's me, and excited to get here for next time, which I think is next week.
Which is next week, actually. Yeah. It's the 25th, which is cool because we rescheduled this from last week. So you won't have that long to wait, players and chat, before we find out about that. Thanks, Zach. As always, good stuff. You'll also see Zach, by the way, on Tuesday for our vocalists, this coming Tuesday for NeoCab, which has been a lot of fun too. So
it's a great game.
Thanks,
great
Zach.
Game. Yes.
Always a good time, and thank you so much. And yeah, I agree totally, Carlos, that Sleepwell got a chance to use a lot of things. That actually that flying machine thing saved you all a lot of problems, because I mean that there were multiple things you would have had to decide. And I agree, Zach, that I liked there's some cool aspects of this that I tried to I added my own special touches to, let us say, and developed further in terms of how you were going to get from point A to point B. But having that flying thing, you know, covered a multitude of sins. And that was after we had the opening, thing of you doing with the tractor beam and the whole bit with Aramis, and then and then like heading off in a different direction. I mean, there were a lot of different things that Sleepwell got to do, but it got to highlight not only Sleepwell's sort of frustrations. Like I think at one point Kat said something that she was enjoying watching the attitude, like the whole lot of attitude being represented by Sleepwell tonight. But then other moments where Sleepwell really had to use, a lot of his mechanical abilities and knowledge and so forth to get things done. And that was fun to sort of watch. And now, of course, you get to stand right there at the terminal with Alfred trying to figure out what the hell to do, as he's like, so what do I do? So there's a lot to think about. How did you feel about today? Where will the lovely folks find you next?
Yeah, I really like today, and for a lot of the same reasons Zach said. I really like non-combat solutions, when you're being smart. I think a lot of video games have started doing this too, where if you figure out, solutions to the puzzle, then you don't have to necessarily engage in the combat. The combat's almost like a punishment for not, taking your time and thinking through it. And I feel like we were just doing a lot more thinking, which made it, to me, it's like when the combat then arrives, the stakes are then just much more higher meaningful,
Yeah.
just like Zach said. So I really like that part. I also liked, the little things. To me, it's like, the things where, we were doing things like when Johnny and you and I were all sort of like meta DMing like what was happening and stuff, and thinking through how the rule, like each of us was saying like a thing that was a problem for the situation, and then
Yep.
navigating that.
Yep.
It's just really interesting because like we aren't necessarily here to just like win, yay, yay, money, munchkin,
Right.
like
I mean,
we're
speak
really
for yourself.
Speaking for myself, yeah, I think many of us are here really to just sort of like think through the scenario given the rules that we're given, and that's really part of the pleasure, and that was highlighted heavily in this episode. Really enjoyable.
Good stuff.
Yeah, so this weekend I will be play testing with my lovely wife the game that we are making. I'll just give you a little preview. We're sort of like doing a soft announcement. Outland Gaming is going to be publishing Negocios Infernales, which I've featured a couple of times on this channel.
Sure.
And so we are, careering toward beta. Basically, we're almost feature complete. We're basically trying to knock a couple of other things, and then we're going to do heavy play testing throughout the summer and the fall into winter, and then in early 2022 we'll be launching a Kickstarter for it and that sort of thing. So very happy to be able to say that. And at Virtuous Con, we're going to be basically showing the character creation system to all comers. I don't know if people are aware of Virtuous Con, but it's a pretty cool virtual con that's going on 2 to 3 times a year. And I think there's this one, I think there's one more towards the end of the year. So if you just Google Virtuous Con, it will come right up. So I'm doing that, doing a lot of writing, and actually, also just reading books for pleasure, which is great. So that's what I'll be up to until I see you all next week.
That's good stuff. Thank you, Carlos. And yeah, I should mention, by the way, just before I talk to Kat, that I think I've talked about this before, but Origins, which has been rescheduled to late September, Kat and Carlos have both been invited back to that, and I believe have both expressed conceivable potential interest in returning. And Origins, I am co-coordinating the library again with John Helfers and Aaron Rosenberg there, which is the author portion of that. And in fact, this will be the first time in I don't know how long that I won't be going to Gen Con, because it doesn't work out date-wise for me. It's literally like a week earlier. It just doesn't work. But Gen Con next year. But anyway, so I bring that up because again, that'll be another one of, when you mentioned cons, we're going to be able to start doing slowly, gradually, in-person things again with limits and all that kind of stuff. But and yeah, it'll be fun to be able to do stuff like that, because the last actual in-person con experience I had was at Boscone, getting a chance to test Negocios Infernales, which I broadcast on this channel. So it's just like, it's hard to believe that it's been that long, but we're that's it. I shouldn't say that. Three Rivers Comic Con I did go to a few weeks ago, but in terms of like in person with people that like with games involved and stuff like that, where I wasn't just sitting at a table and selling stuff, that's what this was. So yeah, things are beginning to return, somewhat. So I'm looking forward to more of that. And Negocios Infernales is awesome, as you folks know. Anyway, thank you, Carlos. Always a pleasure. And was also a pleasure again, Kat, to have you with us as always. And yeah, I mean, the thing I wanted to say about Petra today is obviously we did not, as we talked about, have the combat side of things, but Petra was able to, at various points, actually volunteer bits of information and suggestions and ideas, and also was again the person, all joking aside about when you're not here you get made a captain, but everybody kept being like, what does the captain think? So like there continues to be this sort of looking back to Petra as the sort of North Star, I think, of where the group wants to go, because everyone mutually respects Petra. And when Sleepwell and Aramis are having their little, tete-a-tetes with each other, right? The thing that was cracking up, you were having the same reaction, I think, where, Aramis was like, Sleepwell, shouldn't you be? And he's just like, I shut it off, and like all that stuff. But anyway, while they're doing that, you're the one who's kind of like, all right, look, like maybe we all need to kind of get ourselves focused and, that sort of thing. So that was very intriguing to me to see the way that people, well, I don't know if Petra has, but they've embraced Petra as sort of a kind of a leader role, or at least some kind of stabilizing role for them, which I thought was interesting to watch. How did you feel about today's session? Where would lovely folks find you next?
There was a point where Sleepwell and Aramis were going at it where I could not stop laughing. So I thought it was a lot of fun. It's always fun to watch this group in action. It's just terrific. And I was glad to see, I mean, that actually, that those two characters interacting is one of my favorite things about this game. One of my many favorites. Where will you find me? I will be in a panel at 4th Street Fantasy this weekend, virtually. And next week on Wednesday, on June 3rd, I am reading, and I'll actually stick that in the chat so people have that link. It's a event called 2 Hour Transport. And then you'll see me on 2 days later here.
Very cool.
What are you reading? What are you reading?
I'm going to read from the new space opera book that's coming out in the fall called You Sexy Thing. And I'm super excited about it. It's been getting good reviews so far. So yeah, I'm real stoked.
No, that's gonna be awesome. Anytime you get a chance to hear Kat read any of her stuff, it's well worth reading because of the quality of author we're talking about. So
equally as worth when LeVar Burton reads one of her
Oh
works
yeah, I know. I was gonna say, listen, yeah, I don't know, Kat. Maybe it's kind of a drop off. Frankly, you couldn't get LeVar for this. I mean, like really.
My proudest moment is I made LeVar Burton cry. Right?
Oh, that whole thing was what was wild, and we got a chance to watch it. It was really a privilege to watch that. It was great.
I still wish he would have known that we were watching him read it live at the same time.
On a space fun. With a group of people that do a space opera show too. Like
my god.
Because I love it. But it was really cool. So anyway, you should definitely do that. Watch Kat do that. I'm gonna actually see if I can get into that Wednesday, June 23rd thing. I'm going to see. But always a pleasure. Thank you, Kat, and we will see you here, of course, next Friday. And last but certainly not least, Johnny. And boy, Aramis Aramis began with plummeting towards a potential death, and then investigating the viscous fluid. And I just had this image when you said the Tolkien thing. It was cracking me up because I was thinking about the Watcher in the water and like coming up and being like, "What do you see there?" And like, I don't really like what I see there, and just how much of it was just like, what is going on below the surface of this water? What do we think? And Aramis did not necessarily agree, as you pointed out, with all of the, decisions that got made, although Aramis obviously respects the group at this point more than enough to be able to go along when outvoted. But that was all stuff that was kind of on Aramis's mind, and thinking about that and the lizard encounters and all the various dangers, Aramis seemed to be keenly aware of all of that danger that was there, even while everyone was trying to, and you were part of this too, problem solving. But Aramis kept thinking about, remember, how do we get the hell out once we get in? And that was a big part of this that I thought was interesting to see Aramis develop. How did you feel about today? Where would lovely folks find you next?
I absolutely adored today. The whole conversation right at the beginning, I think it took us like almost 20 minutes to kind of figure out what was going to happen, with those grappling, and that, the tractor beam and everything else, that, how it all works. That was fun. It's rare that I see streams do that, but I think it's an informative conversation, and I think it engages the audience in a way that, like, isn't necessarily happening on other streams, and I really enjoy that part of the experience. I think the crunch is definitely, I'm not necessarily a crunch guy so much, but I love the conversation about the sort of the mechanics of things. That way it bridges sort of the, that it's actually a game to the narrative that we're actually telling. Yep. Right. So, and otherwise, the Aramis, from my perspective, was just pulling I'm a vet. I see we're assaulting a situation. We need to be very cautious about what we're doing here and think the entire plan through, because everything still doesn't seem to make sense to Aramis as to why we're doing this. But like you said, he's going along because that's the important part. So anyways, I had a great time today. Thank you so much. And the next place you're going to see me here is actually next week. I don't have anything between now and next week, and I am going to look forward to how we actually get ourselves out of this situation. And by the way, I am on Team Unknown.
I'm very excited. Yeah, I'm really interested to see how what path you ultimately choose. Also, just one quick note before I let them go, which is to say that I want to give the party kudos as well, because we have a number of people, all of us here have GM'd, right? Like I'm playing with a bunch of people that are also GMs/DMs. And there's always a potential danger that you could get a group of people like that being like, well, here's how I would do something mechanically instead of what we were doing, which is kind of talking shop. And there were no absolutely boneheaded, like decisions, right? Like none of them were like, no, that's dumb. They all made some kind of sense rationally. And ultimately, my judgment has to prevail in a game that I'm running, but there was never any sense. I really appreciated the fact that we could work out collectively and tap the brains of 5 GMs as opposed to just one in terms of how to kind of manage things. And I think that was great and contributes to that sense of, that everyone's kind of invested in making the mechanics work with the narrative, which was what I'm always interested in. The mechanics are designed to make the story work even more coherently and better. And so I just wanted to thank everybody for being a part of that, because that was really cool that we could have all of that experience. So with that said, I will let these folks go. Thank you to
thank you,
wonderful
Greg.
Thank you, Greg.
My pleasure.
Greg.
Thank
Got
you.
in there.
And on what you were
Got
just
it.
talking about, thank you for being an open and honest DM in situations such as those.
Well, it's my pleasure. It's easy to do when I have awesome players and people that I'm playing with, but thank you. Chat, can we get some amazing love for, amazing love for the amazing players of Johnny Pittman, Cat Reba, Carlos Fernandez, and Zach Clay. You will see Zach on our vocalist on Tuesday, but then you'll see this whole crew next Friday for Esper Genesis, more of Stormfall. Crew, good job tonight, and I will see you folks next Friday.
Goodbye, chat. Thank you, everybody.
Bye, Chad.
All right. So that is going to do it for today. I think the only thing I did wrong there, as far as that I might have done differently, is the fact that the music was so chill that I wondered everyone was going to be like, like sort of sinking down as a result, which is why I had that combat music playing at the very beginning. But yeah, it's a real pleasure. I love the planning sessions. I mean, so one of the reasons for that is that I like heist stuff, and I like, infiltration stuff, and I like all that stuff, right? I really enjoy that kind of thing. But also I really like watching smart, experienced people make smart, experienced plans, and thinking about ways to do things. And it wasn't just well, I think it has to be this way. Well, no, well then I'm going to go sulk in a corner. It was everyone working out together how things would work mechanically and narratively. And the other thing is too, does Esper Genesis provide the exact rules that would allow a grapple gun to work exactly the way it did and a tractor beam to work exactly the way? I'm sure that Rich did not think that this is the way those things would be worked, but who cares, right? What matters is the fact that there is a way that it mechanically is logical. It's not like you're using a grapple gun to, tie up a creature made of some like enormously strong like muscle structure so that it should be able to break it, but because you're like, well, I'm using a grapple gun, like it's not stretching the bounds of what is possible. It's simply working with what's there and logically applying what would make sense in that universe. And certainly if you have a grapple gun and it's strong enough to support 2 people, then it's not irrational that you could have someone grab that and then be pulled back off of it and it wouldn't break because it can hold the weight of 2 people, right? So that's why, and I'm glad that everyone was able to kind of work within that structure, and because they all know what they're doing as GMs, that made it possible also. So that was great, and I really had a good time seeing it, and I cannot wait to see what path they choose. Will they choose the path of the unknown, or will they choose the path of the so-called security? Which way will they go? And what will they find with Laris and Aricia and Bliss Larkham down in the bowels of the station? It's going to be awesome. Anyway, but that's happening next Friday. Happening on Saturday, we have Neverwinter Nights 2 complete. And I actually misspoke because I forgot that I am only going to decide. I'm going to close down the vote for next game at the end of Saturday's stream. Exactly. Mechanics or guidelines. Exactly. For Saturday's stream, not for Friday's stream. So you have until tomorrow evening, or later today, I guess, evening, to be able to decide what you want to do as far as this is concerned. Right now, we are looking at Rain City's got 7 votes. Detective Gallo and Growlancer 2 each has 2 votes. And as we speak, Rain City barely lost last time. So I think we're in that same kind of, ballpark right now. So you will have until the end of the day for tomorrow, the end of our session tomorrow, to get in that vote for the Patreon Field Chat Chosen Game of the Month, which I'm going to be playing on Tuesday. So that's what we've got going on as far as that is concerned. Otherwise, tomorrow is going to be Neverwinter Nights 2 Complete. It's going to be a lot of fun. That'll be starting between 7 and 8 p.m. Eastern and running until about 12:31 a.m. Then on Sunday, we have more of Sound Clash the Clampdown, which will be making its triumphant return for the month of June. And then Monday, we are off. And then Tuesday, we have that Patreon-fueled game. And then we have Talisman Adventures over on GOG and Pen and Pixels. And then we have the Arvocalist with NeoCab on Tuesday night. So we got a lot of good stuff coming up at you. And if you want to be a part of it, then let me remind you the ways to do that. You can follow the stream. You can support us by checking out our YouTube, !ArvTube, Discord, !ArvCord, Twitter, !ArvTweets, website, arvanelleron.com. Financially, !ArvShop is the merchandise area where you can get stuff for Infinity and Beyond, Adventures of Middle-earth, and soon-to-be Esper Genesis stuff as well. Arv Shop for that. Arv Treon is the Patreon where you can get right there, 23 patrons, $2.14 per month, where you can get stuff that will allow you to get inspirations for the players. We obviously needed to inspire the players a little bit, especially early on in that session. Perhaps more inspirations are going to be on their way coming up later on. So you've got inspirations that you can use. Also, you get one of my band's albums. You can get a custom poem written for you or a character background written for you. You can even get a writing critique if you support it at a high enough level and other things. So all of that can be found at the Patreon, and it really does help support the channel and move us towards various channel goals. So please consider jumping on board there. And you can consider subbing to the channel, which a few of you did today. Resubbing and subbing also allows you to get those custom sub badges and emotes and also get inspirations to help players as well. On the publishing side, Icarus is my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts, which is a silver medalist winner. That is going to be coming out itself in retail form fairly soon. But the publisher of record, Icarus for that, and the publisher of record Athos is also doing my Greyshade novel, which is going to be coming out in a few weeks. And then the Greyshade Kickstarter for a whole bunch of other things is coming end of summer, early fall. That's Greyshade KS. And the group that is doing the tabletop role-playing game for that is, of course, Alligator Alley Entertainment, which sponsors this show, Esper Genesis, and also is responsible for this book, Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, which is really cool and which is now out physically and just is being shipped out as we speak to Kickstarter backers and stores, and then is going to be available in retail probably by early July is what I would say. So we got this. And in the meantime, you can get it digitally right there on DriveThruRPG. We've got Library to be able to find out about that Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library if you want to check that out. I'm finishing up some work right now on some supplemental stuff actually for Hearthglow Academy, and then a story next week. And then I'm going to take about a 2-month break where I do pretty much nothing except read, hang out with the family, stream, and play some video games. And then mid-August, I'll start worrying about the next one. So it's going to be great. And yeah, thank you, Dunsel. I can't wait until you folks do as well. I'm so glad that everyone's been really patient. And all I'll say is that I'm really happy with this. Like, it came out really, really well. The physical copy looks great. It's got the built-in bookmark even, it's nice. The gold embossed, so it's great. And the art is just, they did such a good job. And again, I feel so bad thinking about Brian Dalrymple. Of course, this was his last project, but I'm just so happy with the art. The art just came out really beautifully. And there's just so many good examples of it throughout here that they're just professional. It's just professional stuff, and I love it. So I'm very proud of it, and I can't wait for more people to be able to see it out in the world. And of course, as always, BLM, Black Lives Matter, very important to affirm and assert the importance and significance of Black lives. I point out that a federal holiday has just been put in place called Juneteenth, which is, of course, the when slavery was officially abolished, celebrating the end of slavery. And some of the reactions to that, both positive, including people who worked for decades and decades and decades to make that a holiday, but also negatives with people being like, why would we want to celebrate this? Is more proof of why BLM matters. So exclamation point BLM, very important, again, to support this and to support the causes that you will find at that link. And exclamation point help now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention, very important to reach out to others when you need help and to reach out to others when they need help as well. Now, last but certainly not least, we have got a raid that we're going to, actually, are we going to do one? Let me think about that. No, you know what? I almost always, like 90% of the time I do a raid. I'm not going to do one tonight. It's very late and people are now heading off to sleep in bed and I should do the same thing. So we're not going to do one tonight. We will do one tomorrow. We usually do one. We're not going to do one tonight though. Instead, I'm just going to thank everyone for being an awesome part of this channel as always. Thank you to my wonderful mods, to Hillness, to Rock God. Thank you to Shadow Mage and to Triffity Mats. Thank you as well to my subscribers, to Rock God, to Shadow Mage, to Triffity Mats, to Nonstop, Blackberry Bear, Commander Dunsel, Mrs. Dunsel, Hillness, and of course all the Patreon supporters in that group. And thank you to my viewers. Thank you to an anonymous gifter for, gifting. Thank you to Dark Show. Thank you to Discord for all streamers is a bot, so never mind that. Thank you to Feet. Thank you to Girly. Thank you to Gigafrost Live Suing. Thank you to MZ Jocelyn. Oh, actually, no, those were the bots, so never mind them. Thank you to Tontoms. Thank you to you, Christensen. Thank you to V&K. And thank you to Demon Kitty. Thank you so much for all the love and support, everybody. Really appreciate everyone having been a part of it. And again, thank you, Commander Dunsel and Mrs. Dunsel. Thank you so much for this awesome card, which is really sweet. And of course, for these vaccine cards. And you know what you folks should do is you folks should get vaccinated. And then you should take these cards and you should reach out to Mrs. Dunsel. And you should not only buy a bunch of stuff from her store, but you should also then see about getting one of these folders, which I believe these ones are sent because I think, I don't want to speak for you. I think if you reach out and if they buy something, then they'll get one from you. You send these like along with those gratis or not. I don't want to actually put you up for something that you're not allowed for. But anyway, the point is you should do one, get one of these, put this in here because it's awesome. And I'm going to use this. I don't know which one I'm going to choose first. I think I might do this one because it reminds me a little bit of the unicorn and this thing. Available for order. Thank you. That's the one. So yes, available for order. I'm either going to do this one, which has got like, reminds me of the unicorn in the meadow type of thing, or I might do this one because of the books. I have to decide. I'm not sure. So many choices. I'm going to have to decide. But anyway, thank you again. That was very kind of you, and I appreciate it. Thank you to the Dunsels. So that's going to do it for me. I will see you folks for Neverwinter Nights 2 Complete. Please spread the word about the show. Thank you again to Alligator Alley for sponsoring us, and a special thanks again today to my wonderful players, to Johnny Pippin, to Cap Rambo, to Carlos Hernandez, and to Zach Clay for being awesome. And I will catch all of you lovely folks tomorrow for some Neverwinter Nights 2 Complete. Until then, everyone be good to each other. Have a good night.
When I was a child, I talked like a child. I thought like a child. I reasoned like a child. When I grew older, I set aside childish ways. Corinthians 13:11. In the distant future, mankind has spread into the stars and found it is not alone. Within the cluster of planets known as the Silrain Heart, many races strive for survival or supremacy. But throughout this array of planets, societies, and cultures, each has one thing in common: the Crucibles. Scattered throughout the galaxy, each moon-sized structure contains a core of raw sorin, a form of mysterious energy used to power ships, cities, and sometimes the warping of the fabric of reality itself. Beings who can do this have been given a name: Espers. The power of God has been granted to God's children. It is a time of terror. It is a time of wonder. It is the time of Esper Genesis.